Welcome, my new Predacons.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and good evening, and thank you very much for the follow there, Cheeseaholic42. Thank you very much for popping in and giving me a follow. So anyway, let's not close. There we go. Anyway, we are working more on art raffle stuff. I just need to check and see if, because I literally I went to turn on my tablet there when I was starting, and immediately had to face the evil of a system update. So I just need to, I should have the RFO file saved, but I'm just getting it open right now. Thank you very much. Let's see. Anyway, let's get the actual file open that we're working on. And then I will bring up references because we're going to be working more on this art raffle stuff. I'm probably going to put some reboot rewind on in a bit. I think we're going to start with some music, but here we go. There's the file. This is what we're working on here. We're going to be starting on inks on this tonight. I've got the basic pencils here. Yeah, I've got basic pencils. We are doing OC art here. This is an art raffle prize for a couple of people. To just bring the graphic up here. Let's see if this works. Did it? No. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. So, couple of characters in here. We have a Tuesday Mistgrave's character, Soleil, and we also have Daikaiju Chaos's character as well too. Um, what was her name again? Should remember this. Just I don't have the name. I don't have the name right off the top of my head here. But we are drawing both these characters here as part of this art raffle prize. And I've got some music I just threw on my. I've got some new music I just threw on my on my computer tonight. So because it just came out recently and I've been listening to it. So yeah, we're gonna put on some stuff. We're gonna put on some music. We are gonna put on some tunes. So let's get started with a few tunes. Let's see if this. Hold up. It's not synced up here. Let me just fix this here. Uh, oh, no player selected. That's why. Hold up. Let me. There we go. iTunes. I'm just getting my player working here. There we go. All right. Anyway, we got all this stuff here for our basic pencils. So now we start on ink layers. Let's see. Oh, this is on random. I didn't want it to be on random. Right. Let's fix that. Anyway, we're going to start in on the lines. We're going to do both these. We're going to ink this, and then we are going to start in on colors. So let's see. I've got my refs up. I hope everyone's having a good night, though. How's Silksong treating you so far? Oh, there we go. I really should save some of these restore files. Some of them are like a year old now. I'm not joking. Some of these restore files are like a year old. Anyway, let's see. I'm just debating, am I doing this with vectors or am I doing this with rasterless? Yeah, we're doing vectors, I guess. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, I see. Let's see. Uh, God, I was listening to this like at work the other day, and like got some of the lyrics in the full version of this track. Let's see. God, this part of the song. It's not a phase. Like God, stuff like that is like signs that this is made by people who like genuinely like go grew up with these sorts of things. Mm, let's see. Speaking of Hell of a Boss, has anyone here, other than me, I guess, watched the new, like the new episode that they did for Amazon? Because they redid the pilot. Like they made a new episode, kind of like like just has a tone that's closer to like the main show proper, but does all the introductory character stuff that the pilot did. Uh, Mine, take it as your sign that you will be okay. Okay. Let's see. It'll be uh mm, no, it might help if I change my eraser. Mm, Let's see. Just making sure that I get all this stuff right here. Yeah, these songs are just still really fun. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. What else here? Let's just do it like this. I'm just trying to get this shape right on the hair. All right, let's see. We got that there. Abasmodius. Oh, hello. How's it going? Doing all right? Hello, BS Lurker. I am just arting tonight and listening to music. I've got a bunch of inking I need to do on this art. Yeah, I mean, the soundtrack just came out the other day, so yeah, just listening through it. Let's see. All right. Hmm. Still crazy how legalities work when it comes to this song. Because they couldn't get because of for just legal issues, Kesha was able to voice the character, but wasn't able to actually do the vocals on the song, which is kind of crazy. Like entirely legal stuff. But yeah, we're working on some art raffle stuff. I did like an art raffle like back in August there. Couple of people drew a couple of names, and I am doing a art piece with both of their OCs in it. So yeah, it's fun so far. I made a lot of work for myself, as one does. Yeah. I might break at some point to just do some like OC doodles on my own, but and I think once we're done listening to this in the season 2 soundtrack, I'm probably gonna switch out what I'm listening to. I've been rewatching the Reboot Rewind documentary on YouTube, so I might put that on. Let's see, actually, let's just this. Hooray, vector graphics. Let's see. hmm So we're just doing initial lines, and then I'll play with thicknesses once I get these drawn. Yeah. The soundtrack's out for both season 1 and 2. Like it's got like the full tracks on here. Yeah, it came out this week. I just like bought it on iTunes before I started here. Candy, cotton candy skies. Sweetest pie. All right, let's see. hmm Let's see. I think I need to. Yeah, so we got like the full version of some of these songs that like, were like only in the credits on the original, like when this stuff came out, which is great. Like this one here. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good week for it's a good week for stuff too. I mean, like the episode 0 came out as well too the other day. If you haven't seen that yet, they redid like the episode 0 that's on Amazon Prime. I think the YouTube release is a month from now. Yeah. Yeah, which I'm just trying to remember which season was that one in? The Bone Town one. Did I have that on? I might have had that on already. Let me check. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was already on earlier. Yeah. You know what? Once this track's done, I'll throw that one back on because that one's on the season 1 soundtrack. Yeah, I had that on before you got in. Yep. Okay, let's see. No, we're just doing very prelim lines right now. And let's see. Yeah, I'll put that on once this one's done. I really like this one here. They've also got the full version of what's it called on this Buzzin' as well. Which yeah, my friends that are like way more into this show than I am, like we're pretty hyped about that's out. Yeah, let's wait for this to finish and then yeah. Let's see. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, it's always good to find a platform for your stuff, and share stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put that one back on for you. Yeah, Christina V has a great voice. All right, let's see here. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to where we were. Oh, I mean, yeah. Christina V, like God, like it's yeah, that's it. Like she's a voice actor that like I've been aware of her stuff for. I'm trying to remember what was the earliest stuff I heard her do. Like it's before Ladybug that I was aware of her. I'm trying to remember now. I'm just grabbing some more tea, just a sec. Yeah, what did I know her for first? I'm trying to remember now, like what I knew her for before, like in terms of what roles I first knew her for. Am I going to have to IMDb Christina V? Because I'm trying to remember. I have a friend of mine who would probably be yelling at me because he's a big Christina V fan. That let's see. Now I'm curious though. And yes, exactly, stupid monkey. You know exactly who I'm referring to when I say that. So you know exactly which friend. I'm also glancing through filmography and going, good God, she's like like a few months older than me. Oh my God. That, let's see. Yeah, what did she do early on for stuff that I know her for? Like I know she's got a long resume, but what did I know her for first initially? Oh no. You've met Vince, right? Like I know that. Yeah. No. He's a Christina V fan, so yeah, that's a running thing going back years. I'm not sure which role I'm thinking of in terms of like stuff that I was aware, like just roles that I was aware of that she'd done like before. Like I know she's done a lot of stuff, and yeah, her IMDb says it right there. But funnily enough, the first thing that I think of when I think of voice roles that she's done, of all things, is what you call it? The she did some stuff in the Beast Wars second fan dub way back in the day, like before she was professional voice actor. Like that's kind of the first thing I think of, which is kind of like, yeah, that's me just being a nerd right there. It's like, yes, ISIS. That. Yeah, let's see. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure what specific role I'm thinking of. It's like she's one of those voice actors that I've known of for just so very long in terms of just for her work. Actually, let's redo this line. I think that's this. Oh, there's one track left on the soundtrack, I think. Yep. Yeah, the cover of this. Yes. No. It's an accurate animated image. Yes, it is 100% accurate. That declaration. I am not disputing that whatsoever. Anyway, I'm getting the season 2 soundtrack ready because I got that off to the side here for me. All right, let's see. Oh no, this is still gone. I saw somewhere too today. I guess that like Viv got asked about like if they were doing a release in some way of Just Look My Way, and it sounds like that is in the works. So let's see. Here we go. Season 2 soundtrack. Oh wait, no, there's a specific shape to the rear here. Let's redraw this. There we go. All right, let's see. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, the Prime trailer. Yeah. Like some of these songs that they have in here is just like parody songs. If you listen to the lyrics, it's like, oh my god, this is the funniest thing. Because of how stereotypical some of the stuff is in the best way. I don't think I was planning to know. So, like, I'm a casual fan Has Been Hotel. It's a fun series. I'm not like a super fan like people. If I was, I would be going up to Edmonton in like a week because they're gonna have a bunch of the cast at Edmonton Expo. But yeah, no, I'm my lack of desire to give Fan Expo money is outweighing my interest in Hell of a Boss. Even though I might actually be up there that weekend. I don't know. We'll see. It's legitimately fun just how wholesome they make like Moxie and Millie. It'd be fun to meet the cast though, honestly. Like just even like just for Hell of a Boss. Like I mean, Brandon Rogers, case in point. Like I went down the rabbit hole one night of just like actually like checking out his YouTube channel, and it was like, oh my god, the man is an insane creative genius, and there's really no other way to put it, I guess, other than because yeah, insane creative genius sums him up very well. Like just the talent in his stuff. Okay, I've never actually seen it. I've heard of Wings Club. I've never actually seen it. That was Netflix that did the reboot, right? I'm trying to remember now. I remember seeing something about it, but let's see. Yeah, I'm looking forward though to season two. This, and I guess, sorry, season three, I guess. And then obviously, yeah, like we're gonna have Has Been like the next season of Has Been pretty soon. Actually, I think I need to bring this down like that. Let's see. Let's see. And honestly, when it comes to things like soundtracks, I bet you can kind of just tell how much love that people have for things. Oh, I'll take your word. I will take your word for that. Because it's like I do not have context on some of those. Like yeah, I've not seen season. I've not seen. I've seen. I think I've seen like one, maybe two episodes of Miraculous Ladybug. I'm well aware of the show, but yeah. Let's see. But look, it can't be the worst reboot. I mean, reboot the Guardian Code exists. And yes, I double entendred with that one. Oh yeah, I'm very curious to see how they'll do the like when they do the crossover. Like the I did see short number 7, of course. Short number 7 was good. And just the ending of it too was like an oh man. Let's see. Let's turn off let's turn off these lines here and let's just do some line thickness adjustments. That's a good point, I guess. Yeah. Although, granted, a lot of those sinners then went and actually got people killed, so that would maybe disqualify them. But yeah, I need to redo some of these lines over here. This hair did not. Yeah, let's adjust this. Um, well, hold up, just a sec. I just got a message from a friend there who just got to the part with like a particular part in what you call it yeah what you call it in Genshin there who like yeah a friend of mine just caught up with me to the story stuff.
My
Oh,
new
oh, we got someone else joining in. Hello, hello. Oh, all right, that was you, BS Lurker, that just followed me. Okay, thank you for the follow. But yeah, Strideways, yeah, yeah, feel free, yeah, may as well. So we're just gonna be drawing, listening to Helvel Boss. I'm gonna put on Reboot Rewind a little bit later, but like once I'm done with the soundtrack. Let's see. I'm just looking at this and something's looking off, but what? What is looking off here? Yeah, thank you for coming by. Have a great night. What is looking off here?
Make
Something's
sure to
looking
let me know if
off.
Cotton Candy comes up, because
Oh, you missed that already. That was season one's soundtrack.
Queen Bee is basically the best girl.
Yeah. Okay, so something's. I'm just trying to figure. I'm looking at this here and just going through a. Okay, what is it about this that looks off to me? Thing right now, which is the worst feeling. Because something looks off, but I'm just not sure what. Yeah, we're on to season 2 soundtrack right now.
I think it might be her left hand or something.
No. There's something about the head that's just driving me nuts. I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
It just kind of looks like a weird angle connected to the body. Like it looks kind of
Which one?
off,
Left
maybe.
one?
No,
What?
head. You
Oh.
said head, and I said hand earlier, but
Okay. Yeah. The
looks kind of
head.
weird.
Well, let me try putting on some of my guard layers. Hold up.
Layers. Onions have layers. Ogres have layers. You get it? We both have layers.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, people have layers. Not just that though, but people also help out live action Mike Myers in when they're in Scotland
Yeah.
with All Star. That is still like that is still like one of the most random moments in like a Mike Myers project there, where suddenly Shrek clear shows up.
I need to see that just because Shrek is the best.
I kind of love like I'm referring to the Pentaveret here. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I have not.
Yeah, that was like a mini series that Mike Myers did for Netflix where he plays like 4 or 5. I think he plays like a half dozen characters. And like they had
Wow.
Jeremy Irons doing all the narration there for like the like like doing the narration for the series there too, like during the opening
Shrek
titles.
and Scar in the same series? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they got Jeremy Irons, and it's great because like by halfway through, he's basically going, "You already all know this" sort of thing there. It's like you've heard this like so many times already. That's like I mean like the whole premise of the series there is I guess it goes all the way back to did you ever see So I Married an Axe Murderer?
No, not yet.
It's a early 90s Mike Myers project. I'm trying to remember if it was I think it was after Wayne's World that he did it. I'm trying to remember if it was before or after the Wayne's World films, but it was definitely before Austin Powers. And like at that and it's like it's a comedy where it's just a case of he's someone who has a lot of bad luck in relationships because like his character is someone who keeps overanalyze, like he's the type of person who like gets in a relationship, then he sees something that one thing flaw about that person, and then that kind of like breaks the whole thing because he ends up ditching people over like one flaw or whatever there.
Mm.
And then he meets somebody who is perfect, who gets along really well with her. Okay, it is post Wayne. Okay, but yeah, he meets someone he gets along great with, and then she and he's trying to like just try and suppress his tendencies of just rejection there because he keeps doing this. Even like when things are going well, he keeps finding a reason to like get out of a relationship. And then the thing is there's a whole thing of is she this of oh hey is she actually like this Black Widow that's like in Weekly World News or something like that. That's like allegedly like kill her husband sort of thing. And like he does double duty in the film like as his he plays his father in the film as well. Which I guess was a tribute to his own father because like his own father passed like around when they were doing the film, and so he like when he's talked about making the movie, it was like yeah he was not in a great place because he was still dealing with that. It's like just the loss. But the character of the father is really entertaining. Like it's Mike Myers doing like full Scottish accent and stuff and going on about like conspiracy. And there's the whole conspiracy theory he has of like the world is really run by this like organization called the Pentaveret. Mayo, like the five most powerful people in the world. But the premise for the Pentaveret as a film is as a miniseries. It's like, what if there was like a secret society running the world and they were all actually like really nice people?
Nice.
So it's like, what if the secret society was not actually the bad guys, sort of thing there. And then there's like a threat to the Pentaveret, and like he's playing like also like a reporter who's trying to like uncover the whole conspiracy and stuff, and like and you just got a whole bunch of stuff going on, and to their credit, they do also actively like within it call out like the whole notion of like like the world being run by like five rich white guys sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like that does get called out by like characters in it, but it is also very much a case of it is like the it's one of those things where in the premise like it's not the organization itself that's seen as the problem. It's like the people who are actually there, who are actually running the organization, are generally fairly well-meaning, like the long tradition.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, we all know who really runs the world. The base.
Dale Gribble.
Dale Gribble.
R.I.P. Johnny Hardwick. Have you watched any of the new episodes yet?
Not yet. I need to get it on Hulu. I have Hulu. I can watch it.
They're good.
Yeah, I heard they're great.
Yeah, they're fantastic. It's very well done. You've probably seen some moments that have been memed as well too by now. Like there's so many great moments I've seen like going around. Like have you seen like there's one with like Joseph there which has been like all over.
I thought they were gonna recast Bobby because like he's
no, it's still
Pamela
Pamela Adlon voicing Bobby.
To be fair, she's really good at sounding like a guy, so a guy who just sounds like his voice hasn't cracked would,
Yeah, like it's one of those things you can tell that she has done a little bit with the voice there, but like it's still fairly, just in terms of delivery and stuff like that. Like it's clearly an older Bobby, but it still sounds like the same character.
And let's be real, it wouldn't be right if he wasn't voiced by Pamela Adlon.
Yeah, I think I remember they were debating like that when they were doing production. I think Joseph has a different voice actor, but I mean, like, hey, they recast Joseph within the show itself.
You.
Yeah. Because they brought in Breckin Meyer during the show itself, like when they aged him up.
Yep. That's my purse. I don't know you.
Oh, they do have a callback to that.
That's like the iconic Bobby thing to me.
It is one of the iconic Bobby memes, yes. It's like one of the iconic Bobby memes, absolutely. But like, I really like just the whole premise though. That's like Bobby, being like, just the up and coming sort of chef. Like all the workplace stories are Bobby stories. Like in the new series. Because like, there's one episode that was pretty good, which is dealing with the whole thing of like restaurants and with regards to just authenticity in restaurants with regards to cuisine.
Yeah.
Where he runs into issues with regards to the fact that it's like, oh, you've got like a Japanese German fusion restaurant. It's like, well, are you Japanese? Are you German? Sort of thing there.
Yeah.
And dealing with that whole element of it, which they do put like they handle it very well, and like the actual like point that they make in the episode is one where it's like, yeah, if you eat out, you would agree with that point.
Yeah.
That's like,
These
like there's a
restaurants are good
there's
at
a bit there where it's brought up even it's like, yeah, like it's it's like, well, who's actually in the kitchens at a lot of these places?
Yeah.
Like the best new character is his sous chef. Like Bobby's sous chef is great.
Does he have a name?
Yeah, Emilio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good character.
So what does Bobby do at the restaurant? Does he just
He's
run
the
the
head chef.
restaurant, or? Oh,
Yeah, no, it's like in the show, it's like it's a restaurant there that yeah, he's got like he does have some equity in it, but it's like the it should give it away if I base like everyone pretty much guessed what was going on when they put out the promo stuff, and it's like yeah, because the restaurant's called Robota Chain. So that should give you a pretty good guess in terms of who's bankrolling the restaurant.
Actually, I don't think I've seen the episode of Roboto yet in the original.
No,
series,
not
so-
that. Have you seen the Oh! Holy cow, we're getting a raid! Oh my god!
Oh,
Hello!
hey, hey.
Hello, everybody! Hello, Raiders! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid,
Hey,
Frag
how are you?
Raptor! Thank you! Thank you for coming in and raiding! Oh man! I'm doing a shout out right here.
Welcome, my new.
Let me just make sure I get the screen name right. Let's see if I've got this with, get the right number of underscores here. Because yeah, thank you so much for coming in. I hope your stream was good. Was it art stuff you were doing tonight or something else? Because we're working on art raffle stuff tonight. I'm just inking the art, and then we're probably gonna move on to colors a bit later. And I'll probably put on some Reboot Rewind in a little bit too once I'm done listening to the Hello Boss Season 2 soundtrack. I can't.
I can't not do Beast Wars Megatron. No.
Okay, where are my David K buttons? Where are my sound buttons? I have them. They're on my they're buried on my desk somewhere.
You're looking for your sound
Yes.
button, are you?
Janesia. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, that's just prime.
And there's the David K button.
What a pleasant surprise. Where is my rubber ducky? Yes. Sign up. Yes.
Well, that's just prime.
Yeah, I've got the other one too somewhere because they've got different sound sets on them. But yeah.
Jumping gyros.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
A Janesia.
Oh, Wasbinator here. Wasbinator ready. Oh, do I have the... Oh, I changed the brush. That's
like signals.
poor Waspinator. I was kind of sad with Beast Machines when we found out that it was like, yeah, no, he kind of screwed it all up for himself.
Yep.
He screwed up his own happy ending.
That's like the worst part of Beast Machines for him, since I just wanted him to be happy for once.
I was genuinely like, oh my god, like I remember thinking back to the episode. I think I was tearing up at the happy at last bit, like when that originally aired.
I love laughing at Waspinator suffering, but in the end, I was happy that he got a happy ending in the original Beast Wars.
And I do think that like Inferno and Quick Strike got exactly what they deserved too.
Yeah.
Like they went out they went out the only way they could, like going, we're down here, and then getting shot by Megatron who doesn't even pay attention.
Because he doesn't care. He just sees them as disposable idiots.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Let's see. Right, I was working on stuff with the head here. I think it's the back. I think it's the back hair that I need to do. The problem is I'm drawing this at an angle, so I think I need to
It's
put
kind of
this in
interesting
here.
how much of a joke Inferno became later in the series. Like when he first appeared, he was actually one of the more dangerous Predacons, but pretty
Inferno,
quickly
like
became
even
kind of a
in
joke.
I would say season 3 was probably like his Flanderization.
Yeah.
And keep in mind some of that I think has to do with the fact that they intended to kill him off in Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is art raffle stuff there. So we're doing a couple of OCs there that belong to the users who won my OC raffle there last month. So yeah, so we're doing we're doing Tuesday Misgrave's character here, and then we're doing Daikaiju Chaos's character here as well. So yeah, we're having fun with these.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun drawing all this stuff. Like art raffles are a good way, have been a good way to flex my muscles and force me to draw outside my comfort zone, which is great.
I think the reason I was so desensitized to Optimus deaths early on is because, yeah, Optimus died in the first season of Beast Wars, and then he needed. And he
Oh
almost
yeah, I
immediately
mean they
came
even
back
make
to
it
season
like
2.
Rattrap even makes a joke later on, like with regards to that.
Of course he
Yeah.
does. He's Rat Trap.
With regards to just how often he changes. I still love the idea that you know what would be an interesting episode the idea of Beast Wars there if say they did like the return of Starscream and Starscream grabs a new body from all the Waspinator spare parts in Rat Trap's room. That he just builds a body out of Waspinator spare parts.
That would have been funny.
But yeah, I'm curious how I think the real question with regards to Beast Wars story is when did Waspinator get back to Earth? Because like he wouldn't have been able to leave the planet probably until, realistically speaking, until G1 started.
You mean Cybertron? Get back to Cybertron, you mean?
Yeah. Get back to Cybertron. Like realistically speaking, he probably wouldn't have been able to actually get out there until the events of Beast Wars.
You
So
mean?
sorry, not Beast Wars. I mean the events of G1. So the question then becomes like, which continuity rules are we going by and stuff there?
Yeah.
Like, is it Japan? Like, I mean, is it Jap? If we're going by Japanese G1, there are like so many opportunities for time travel for where he could have gone back to Cybertron. There are
I just
so
kind of
many
imagine he
opportunities.
flew back. He somehow flew back there on his own, just
Mm.
to get out of Earth's gravitational field, despite turning into a giant wasp, and just took the long way there. The really long way.
That is funny, and just the idea that he got back right in time for Megatron and just like take out the whole population. That is
Yep,
Waspinator luck right there.
it really is.
It makes me think a little bit there. There's a comic I saw, like I saw a couple snippets from a Marvel book the other day there, where sorry, not the other day, I saw it a while ago, but I've seen them in my feed once in a while, where it's like the whole joke is with you've got Human Torch talking about how jealous he is of Peter. Because they're like like Peter Parker, Spider-Man, because they're longtime friends. And talk about like how jealous he is because like you got this loving aunt, you got like you got this hot wife. It's like you got all these things going for you in terms of your perfect life. It's like it's like I came up with a name for it even, the Parker luck. And then just Peter just loses at that point, just starts laughing his head off because it's like, oh my god. Right. I mean, another thing, Johnny, is it's like, yeah, you're also like really smart, and everyone respects you for like actually for like being for your brains and stuff like that.
Boy, only Bobby and
Grass is
Neil.
always greener.
Bobby's Iceman. I was thinking of a Human Torch. What's the Human Torch's real name? Johnny? No.
Sorry,
What's the Human Torch's real name again?
sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah, Johnny. Johnny. Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny Storm.
Why did I, why did I say Bobby?
I don't know,
Just
because
because I was
King of the
talking
Hill
about King
was
of
being
Hill.
discussed earlier.
Yeah, probably.
Yep. Yeah, songs like this though on this soundtrack though are absolutely what I love about like the Hell of a Boss soundtrack. So we get to finally hear some of the background songs. Because yeah, they put effort into everything on these shows, and it's great to be able to hear like just the fruits of their labors.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune
Oh yes,
on
that's it.
in
Yeah. Did
when
you see the
I'm
trailer there for
gone.
season two?
Let's start. No, not yet.
Oh, the the teaser is like a ooh. Yes, yes.
Oh,
Turn on in. Yeah.
oh, this will be fun.
Yes, I have absolutely done like just the thing that any normal person with OCs does, and like have moments where they're like casting the songs with their own characters.
Yeah.
I have absolutely done that with Alistair and Vox and everyone.
While he hid in radio, we pivoted to
Yeah.
video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare.
Oh, what I love in
Smells
terms of
and bitter, simply split.
the version that's one of the versions of that song I love there is the one that's the version that's actually, is it that song or is it the other one? The one that Amelie and Sayu did the cover of.
I think that was the one that was like meant to be like Alistair and Charlie. One hell of a team.
Now I'm just trying to remember, no, because they did a cover of a Hell of a Boss song
It
where
was
it
a
was them
Ken
going at
song.
each other.
That might have been like the one with like
I can't remember if it was that one or if
even
it was the Lucifer one.
Michelin tasting menu free a la carte. I'll rig the game for you because I'm direct. Champagne fountains, caviar mountains, that's just a start.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I guess
Take
there's a lot of
that,
Christina V on this
depression.
soundtrack.
Yeah, she's a good singer.
Yeah. It's
Good
still
voice
crazy. I
actress
remember
too.
reading that like when they did the Miraculous Ladybug stuff there, that she does not do the songs in the film.
Wow.
Yeah, no, they had the French actress for Ladybug did them.
Huh.
Which I mean, hey, I mean maybe it's similar to how like for when they did One Piece Red there, they had Amelie in for dubbing like the what's her name
Uta?
Uta. Yeah, they brought in Amelie for Uta, but didn't have her actually do any of Uta's songs. And left those
Yeah.
all like undubbed for Edo. But like in other markets they did dub the songs, but in the English dub they did not.
Hmm.
But let's be honest, I think we can all kind of guess why that's the case.
Hmm.
Because that is probably because the only one to market her in North America, and that strategy clearly worked if you saw just how big her North American concert tour was.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, that paid off dividends.
Yeah. And I remember when One Piece was like show that people were like, "Oh, One Piece? You mean that show that was on 4 kids and isn't as good as Naruto?" And it's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the One Piece dub. Oh my God, that was a
yeah, I
punchline.
know.
I remember the interview I saw with one of the showrunners on the Netflix series where he was talking about his first exposure in it to One Piece and like how he first came across the show, and then he saw the dub, and then he didn't pay attention to it for 10 years because of the dub. And it was one of those moments. It's like, oh Lord, I know what he watched
Yeah.
because that was before the
Yeah, I
Funimation
know.
dub.
I know. Yep. Yo.
That said, without that dub, we don't get like all the references to the opening.
Yeah.
We don't get stuff like
It
it's the name of the treasure or don't give it up.
certain. Don't give it up, Solo.
Yes. Oh God, yes,
And
this
guys,
number, this one.
which one's playing now? I can't hear it because I'm
Oh, the one
off
with
screen.
the I wanna fuck a ghost.
Oh. Yeah, isn't she like voiced by like the voice of Charlie on
Yeah, she's
Frozen?
there. Yeah, it's Erica Henningsen voicing her. I just love how like some of the songs on this soundtrack are just entirely on the nose. It's like the Walk Hard soundtrack, if you've ever heard that, where some of those songs are just incredibly on the nose, and it's the best thing for
Never
Walk
heard
Hard.
it, but
Sorry?
I have never even heard of Walk Hard.
Oh, you haven't heard of Walk Hard? Oh my God. So this was like late 2000s. I want to say this movie came out. It maybe mid 2000s actually. I can't remember, or was it? No, probably early mid. Um, it was a parody of how there was all the how musical biopics were really big around that time.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
a parody of the style of the musical biopic, where
Mm,
it was a Judd Apatow film too. Like it didn't actually do very. It was one of his rare films that didn't do very well at the box office, which is mess because it was legitimately very good. But yeah, the premise is it was a parody biopic with the fictional singer songwriter Dewey Cox as played by John C. Reilly.
mm.
It followed all the tropes of the musical movies to the point where how do we still have these musical movies when this movie just made fun of all the tropes of how those movies work. Like the same formula that even like the Weird Al film used. Like that same formula, but yeah, it's great though. Like it's like they even do stuff where it's like like having him play like himself in the 20-year-old like the young Dewey Cox and stuff like that, and it's just going through like the entire it's a very Johnny Cash style character that they have him as,
Yeah,
and
I guess
the
for
entire
in Walk
score.
Hard that would be a
And they
parody of Walk
recorded
Hard.
all the songs for the soundtrack, and they're all like like style parodies of stuff from like different eras of music and such. Like they put a lot of work
Yeah,
into that soundtrack. And you got a lot of like comedies. Like one of the best bits that just tells you the tone of the movie. There's a bit like partway through the movie where he's in India, where it's like the '60s. He's in India and he's hanging with the Beatles in India.
yeah,
And the Beatles are like some of the best miscasting you could get. Like it tells you the tone of the movie when you look at the. I'm looking this up. Who all did they have for the Beatles? Because it was because the actual casting for the Beatles was very deliberately they were not taking it that seriously
yeah.
because for the Beatles they had like Jack White as in a cameo as Elvis at one bit. They had Frankie Muniz as Buddy Holly. Um, oh you're right, the Beatles were Paul Rudd, Jack Black, Justin Long, and Jason Schwartzman. And they're all doing
That's not
faux
good.
British accents and constantly repeating their names so you know which Beatle they are. Like
Do they
that
even
tells
have
you
the
the
bowl
tone of the
cut?
movie right there.
Do they even have the bowl cuts and everything?
Yeah, well they've got the haircuts of like the time. Like that would have been like when they were doing their India phase there for the Beatles.
Oh yeah.
So it wouldn't have been the bowl cuts at that point, but no, the whole bit is great, and they do parody there like stuff with like Brian Wilson's like more elaborate faces and stuff, and just like parodying all these different things in musical stuff. Yeah, it's so good. Like Tim Meadows is a small bit that's like just so good. His character, um, like as one of the musicians. Like they even like parody the whole thing of like with how it's like like a lot of Jewish people in the entertainment industry where it's like it's full on Hasidic Jews that are like the representatives for the recording label.
Yeah.
Like they full on have them as like Hasidic Jews with like like the whole traditional like outfits and stuff too. But the soundtrack is legitimately good. John C. Riley sang all the songs too. And I think he might have played instruments too. I'm not sure. Um, like the man is talented.
Yeah.
The man is legitimately very talented.
He can wreck it.
Yep. Okay, this is coming together now. Yeah, my problem I think was that I didn't put in the back of the head. Let's see. And speaking of, we just got the Patrick Page solo.
Oh hey.
Yeah. I've remarked what I think the funniest thing they could do if they weren't able to get Patrick Page back for Satan is recast him with one of the traveling with one of the traveling tour Hades.
That would be funny.
Because the one I saw, like for the North American tour, Matthew Patrick Quinn, I think the name is. Like, honestly, I prefer him to the to the Patrick Page one that's on the soundtrack. They've got very different voices. Like Matthew Patrick Quinn is more of like he's more of like a baritone like Satan there. So
Patrick Page was good in Hades Town, but I think like his performance as Frollo and the Hunchback musical might be a bit better just because he didn't have
oh,
this
I can imagine
you
him
know.
as. I want to listen. Is he on the original cast recording? I need to listen to that now. So
The original cast recording of the Broadway version of Hunchback, yeah.
yeah. Oh, because yeah, his voice, I can hear him being very good as Frollo. I assume
Yeah.
his Hellfire, I imagine, must be like a revelation.
Oh, it was good. Not as good as Tony J's, but to
It's
be
Tony
fair,
J. You can't top Tony J. Like Tony J is just a legend.
a legend who activates my fight or flight response whenever I hear his voice because I just immediately think of Frollo and tense up, in fear.
I mean, that's a legitimate reaction.
His voice didn't creep me out as a kid, but it sure does now because I just immediately think of Frollo.
Well, it
Like if
also
I get
creeps you out
jump
because you know
Simba.
the context of what Frollo was actually talking about as an adult, and you're just like,
Yep,
oh my,
yep,
and you have an actual, capability for human empathy.
yeah,
You have that brand new concept of empathy.
yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't. Honestly, that's more on the mind because of Lindsay Ellis than current events.
Yeah.
Like, if anyone saw Lindsay Ellis's video on, like, just far right, like, just the far right and children's media,
I haven't
it's
seen it.
absolutely a must watch. But then look, it's Lindsay Ellis. She has been doing this for a
Yeah.
long time, and she's still very good at it.
Again, I'm gonna say to people who haven't watched the whole Plight by Lindsay Ellis, you should because it
Oh,
is
her
a
Transformer
really
stuff
fun
is
example.
great.
Like
I
the
got
best
to
part
meet her
is
really
instead of
briefly
like
years ago in at it was the 2019 TFCon I think in LA.
nice.
Yeah, because she lives in the area and she's a Transformer. There was a part of me in the back of my head that was wondering what the odds were because I knew she's a Transformers fan. Yeah, and happened to see her like in person like going into one of the panels, right? Yeah, because like yeah, like she ended up getting like shanghaied into doing one of the media panels, that fan media panels. I think like Chris like Vangelis like shanghaied her if I remember correctly. Because it was they wanted like some more people up there for the fan media panel, just to have like just to have another body up there because of like who was because it was like oh because of who we got up here, yeah, we could use another person. Because I think the other fan media guest that year was Optibotimus for the panel.
Yeah.
So yeah, they wanted to get like another person, but I'd love to go back to that show one of these days. The LA show is honestly like I've had a blast both times I've gone. I'm not going anytime soon for obvious reasons, but It's a shame because I legitimately really enjoyed the US TFCon shows. They were a lot of fun. I got to see people I never see.
Yeah. I've only
Like I
been to
get,
one TFCon, but it was fun.
yeah, yeah. Like I've got like friends there. It's like I mean like that. Yeah, like I've not seen in a few years because of that stuff. So all right, let's see. I think we're almost done the soundtrack here. Once that's done, where's my I'm gonna go find my tab that has Reboot Rewind in it,
Nice.
and then we're gonna put that back on because that tab should be open. There we go. There's that
I
tab.
found voice chat 'cause I can barely hear Reboot Rewind when I'm watching on stream, so
Sorry.
I can't even hear Reboot Rewind when I'm watching on Twitch, so
Okay. Oh, do I need to turn it up a little bit? I don't have it. I don't have my thing browser very loud, so
yeah.
like I mean that's kind of on purpose, but
Yeah.
like I just it's like this isn't the main focus thing, so I just want to keep it down. But it's a great documentary though. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is coming together now that I'm doing all the line thicknesses.
Nice.
Uh, let's see. Let's thicken some of these ones over here for some of the outlines. Oh. But yeah, anyway, though, as I was saying, though, you need to watch Walk Hard. It's very good.
Yeah.
It is a
Or I can
really,
stream it.
it's a really, sorry?
Or I can stream it.
Yeah, I don't know what platform it's on, honestly. But yeah, it's very entertaining. There's a lot, if you've seen musical biopics, it's, all the funnier because you will recognize, like, all the tropes that they're making fun of.
Yeah.
Because they do all the stuff. There's the point in the story where the musician goes down the hole of drugs and stuff like that, and and then having relationship issues and all those sorts of things. The same story beats that they put in the Weird Al movie because you got to do a movie with all that stuff. Like if you're doing a movie with regards to like a biopic about musicians.
Nice.
That's just the way it goes. And we are blessed to live in a world where Daniel Radcliffe doesn't need the money for anything, so he just gets to do whatever the hell he wants in terms of weird roles.
Yep. I'm happy for him.
Yeah. I'm less happy that he can't be like as proud of his the role that put him on
Yeah.
the map as he should be, but
Yeah.
I do appreciate that he's got the decency to distance himself from it.
Yeah. That's why I like him. He's distanced
Yeah.
himself from it.
I mean all three of them did.
Yeah, I know. Just that Rupert Grint doesn't really do much anymore, does he?
No,
Well,
he
he just
doesn't do
still
much
does some stuff
acting.
in the UK. Yeah, he just
So
still does stuff in the UK. I don't know.
I don't know if he does a lot of acting. A bunch of them do. A bunch of the kids there still do things, but like what? Like the ones that did like Fred and George, like they've been in a bunch of stuff. Let's see.
I was
So
thinking this one thing, like this one line from the
I'm
second
putting Has
movie
Been
that
Hotel
I
on
haven't
for
watched in years
soundtracks.
because, I refuse to watch those movies now, given,
Yep.
the author.
Yeah, of
But there's this
course.
one line he gets during the second one. Why could all the butterflies?
Sorry?
Apparently he threw in because why couldn't it be follow? Why did it have to be follow the spiders? Why couldn't it be follow the pretty butterflies? And that was like because something he threw in because it's not just like his character who's afraid of spiders. He in real life is actually arachnophobic.
Hmm.
So he just improvised that. Why couldn't it be follow the pretty butterflies line?
Let's see. Yeah, I just shifted in for the. I was like, oh,
Speaking
I'll
of
put on the
characters,
Has Been Hotel soundtrack too, because I've got that as well.
speaking of
So why
actors
not?
in the movies that I just don't interact with, who have gotten much better roles in later stuff, David Tennant.
Oh, David Tennant is a gem.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever saw him in anything was in the fourth one of those crappy wizard movies, but he went on to be the 10th Doctor, and more importantly, Scrooge McDuck.
Oh, and Hugh Yang. Don't forget about that. He won like a.
Yeah,
Didn't he get like nominated for an Emmy for that role?
yeah.
Like daytime Emmy?
And Jessica Jones, because I know he was in that too.
No, no, no. Well, there's Jessica Jones too. Oh, he's amazing in Jessica Jones. No, I'm talking about like in his Clone Wars. Like he voiced a character. He voiced a recurring character in Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he voiced a droid. They cast him as like the droid that trains all the Jedi younglings.
I'll always think of him as Scrooge McDuck, the arch nemesis of Flint Heart Glom Gold.
And yeah, thank you there with regards to the Black Doom cosplay art. I actually do have that as a I do have that as like a PNG model actually. I'm just
Hey,
you know what?
what's up?
I'm just opening it up.
It's me.
Where is that folder? Let's I haven't loaded that one up in a I'm trying to remember if I upgraded that to the new software. I think I did, but we'll find out.
Well, you know, if you PNG tubing his Black Doom, you gotta to talk like the devil from Bible.
I'm
'Cause
just
that's
checking.
who
I
he
can't
is,
remember. I think I Oh,
the devil
okay. Yeah,
from
I did
Bible.
update this. Good. Yeah, it's not quite as animated, and I need to reconnect my thing, but I don't have a full animation on the mouth on this one. But yeah, I do have this model. It does have a few expressions with it as well, but
I can do anything. I'm the devil, like from Bible.
yeah. Yeah, this was yeah, I threw this together actually God like almost a year ago now. Yeah, for the yeah, I did that for like Shadow Generations because I wanted to have like
Yeah.
a Black Doom Halloween costume. I'll have to think of something to do for this year for a PNG tuber outfit. I'll have to think of a new one to do. I'm gonna go refill my tea, but yeah, I'm gonna have to think of a new PNG tuber model to do for next year's Halloween. I wonder what it'll be. I mean, Eggman is not. Eggman feels like a low-hanging fruit one. That how have I not done an Eggman outfit yet?
Because you've been snooping as usual, I see.
Well, more a case of I've only been cosplaying as Eggman for like 5 years, so.
Ah, so you've been cosplaying as usual, I see. I try to make it work. I didn't pull it off, but I try to
Yep.
make it work.
All right, there we go. Got more tea. Let's see. All right, let's get back to inking this.
Eggman's almighty Pingus.
I was just remarking today, actually, with regards to Eggman, just because of just in terms of like his levels of evil and stuff. That's like, yeah, like Archie Robotnik is actually pretty in terms of when you look at just all the kind of stuff that he pulled. I think I was making a remark in terms of what was I talking about there this morning? But I made a remark with regards to how like just how evil he was in terms of the sort of stuff that he did. That where it's like, yeah, like he's the type of guy where it's like, yeah, like he went and gaslit his brother and a whole bunch of refugees into encouraging their xenophobia, all while slowly polluting them by virtue of them living in his like slowly like poisoning them by virtue of them living in his toxic city. And then when they started to
Yeah.
notice it, he essentially went, "Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. Yeah, you're all gonna die because this is all toxic, and I'm actually a horrible person, not the guy that I presented myself as. Oh, and now I'm gonna turn you all into metal statues." And
I mean, to
yeah,
be fair, he was inspired by Saddam Robotnik initially, even if he looked like the goofy Eggman from the game
that was
later on.
no, yeah, that was like Eggman era design, but like he was at his
Yeah.
most evil like in that design.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I actually like retrospectively like really appreciate with Eggman there in terms of the fact that they very much they very much juxtaposed his behavior with like his appearance sort of thing. Like he had his most
Yeah.
diabolical schemes like when he had that body.
Yeah.
Like I was remarking on the egg grapes, for instance, and the egg grapes are like absolutely like just that is like one of the worst things he's ever done.
Yeah.
And like for context, the egg grapes were a thing that he did there. It sounds innocuous. It was like it was like a picture like a vineyard there, like just full of like all these grapes that were like essentially like prisons for people, for like his enemies and stuff. Except, because it's Eggman, he didn't end it there. It was a case of, yeah, these grapes are going to slowly drain the life force of their occupants. It's going to do it very painfully. And also, I've cranked it down onto as low as I can take it so that I can drag out their torture.
Yep. That's Archie Eggman for you.
Yeah, Archie Eggman is
Particularly
like a
Robo
piece of
Robotnik.
work. This is also the
Particularly
guy who was
Robo
like, okay,
Robotnik.
yeah, I'm going to give all you guys like cybernetic implants, because you begged to serve me. Oh, and did I not tell you that I put bombs in all these implants?
Bombs? They're yours, my friend. I don't want that. Just had to reference Snap Cube Eggman for a second there.
Hmm. Yeah, there's that, and then you got characters like with Cassia and Clove, for instance, in the later Archie stuff. I think that was post Super Genesis wave that Cassia and Clove came in.
Yeah.
Like as Dark Egg Legion commander, as like Dark Egg Legion commanders,
Yeah.
but like the whole thing with them is like I think it was like Cassia had some sort of like she had some sort of like medical condition there that was causing her like just body stuff, probably some sort of equivalent to like ALS or Parkinson's or something, like just
Yeah.
some sort of neurodegenerative thing. And Eggman was essentially like, oh yeah, yeah, gave them all implants. It's like, oh, these implants will cure you. And I was like, oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, I lied. Those aren't going to cure you, but they're the only thing keeping you alive right now. Because Eggman
Archie
be like
Eggman is the
that.
kind of
Eggman be like a complete monster of a person.
Archie Eggman is the kind of Eggman that other Eggmen would look like and be like, "Whoa, dude, too far."
No, 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 that's not wrong at all. It's like IDW Eggman is a much IDW Eggman is still like awful, but he's a much more reasonable dude.
Yeah, he's more like Game Eggman in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Archie Eggman, although I think that from what I remember reading about, I think Fleetway Eggman is pretty horrible as a person.
And Saddam Eggman, obviously.
Yeah, from what I remember reading, like Fleetway Eggman, by the time they were doing like the Sonic Adventure stuff there, he essentially had went like full nihilist and
The
was
thing
just
is that Fleetway Eggman used the objective goofiest Eggman design, which is
yes,
really
they
fun
used the
because
Sad AM design, yes.
no AOSTH.
Oh, sorry, that's what I'm thinking of. Yes, AOSTH. Yes, they used that one.
Yeah, because Saddam Eggman not funny. AOSTH Eggman hilarious.
Yep.
Like AOSTH Eggman is a bad guy, but he's not very good at it.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we all know who well, maybe we don't all know, I suppose, because lots of people in chat tonight. But of course, then we've also got like my absolute favorite all-time favorite Badnik.
Hmm?
Coconuts.
Yeah,
I love coconuts. I
I'm
legitimately love coconuts as a Badnik.
I'm demoting you to scrub monkey third class. Now go and mop up the dungeon.
Coconuts got no respect.
Yeah, he really was never gonna get the promotion, was he?
Like, yeah, like God, that's like one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite roles of Ian's. Like
Kind of
coconuts.
amazing that I didn't realize that was the guy who voiced Cheetor when I was a kid. You know?
And one of the Gokus. Don't forget he was one of the
Yeah,
Gokus.
yeah,
And he was Glitch Bob.
yeah.
Like if you've seen Reboot, yeah, like
He's
because
in a lot of stuff
right.
that was done in Canada.
Oh yeah, I guess they didn't get it. They haven't gone into that in the doc yet, have they? The recasting for season 3 for Bob. I forget if that comes up in the doc or not, but like that was straight up a case of he was like at that point he was working at, I think it was availability because the actor for Bob. Right, I think I'm trying to remember if it was a case of availability or if it was that he wanted more money. I'm trying to remember now, but I think they touch on it in the doc. But like he absolutely did come back for like the season 4 stuff, and they made it into a plot point, which was great. And I was just remarking too earlier today how much I appreciate, considering how much we know that they cut for time in the season 4 stuff for reboot. I very much appreciate with all that stuff how they absolutely did not. They left in the mainframe neo-viral subplot.
Yeah.
Like they did a full on like commentary on like neo-Nazis and stuff. So.
Mm, yep.
And yeah, that is something they could have easily cut for time, but they did not.
Oh yes, the 90s. Back when having Nazis as the villains was not controversial.
Well, no, it was starting to become controversial. Like at that point, it was starting to become a thing. Like that was around when they stopped giving Red Skull an actual like swastika on his outfit.
Yeah. To be fair, back then it was controversial because people were like, "Whoa, that might be a little too dark for kids
No, it was more
cartoon."
that they were starting to market internationally, I think,
Yeah.
and
In
running into
Germany,
issues
most
with
of the other stuff.
Germany and stuff.
Yeah.
Although, like without the swastika, we don't get those classic moments like the Joker going, "I'm sorry, wait, what? That's not a cosplay. That's not a bit,
I
and you're
may
an
be a
actual
lunatic.
Nazi."
I'm a criminal. I'm an American criminal lunatic.
I mean, let's be honest. The modern interpretation would probably be, "I'm an American criminal lunatic," and then joining. But
Yeah.
which is why I'm glad that story is an older story.
Yeah.
But hey,
And
yeah.
my favorite Jokers are still the Mark Hamill version and Heath Ledger's also up there, and Cesar Romero. Cesar Romero Joker is
You know who's
hilarious.
underrated as Joker? Jeff Bennett.
Yeah, he was in The Brave and the Bold. He was really
Yeah.
good. Like he was a really good Silver Age Joker in that show.
Yes. And the Emperor Joker episode's very good.
Smile, Daniel, smile.
Yeah, like that.
Honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, The Brave and the Bold is my favorite Batman cartoon. Like, as much as I love Batman the animated series, The Brave and the Bold is just straight up my favorite
Brave
DC
and the Bold
Comics
also
cartoon.
has like one of the best season finales of a Batman series finales of a Batman show.
Yeah. Batmite ends up getting it canceled because he tries to meddle with it.
No. But that's the thing. Batmite is trying to get it canceled
Yeah, he is.
because
Yeah.
Batmite wants Batman the animated series back.
Yep.
No, that is like the best part about it. That it's like it is him actively trying to get it canceled.
Oh, and also he's voiced by Paul Rubens, the
Yes,
late Paul
yes.
Rubens.
God, may he rest in peace. All right, I'm switching
Yeah.
back to which one is
This
my
is that.
which one's my model again? I think it's
Yeah,
this one.
before his
Switching back to
arrest
this
for
one.
indecency back in the 90s, he's actually considered a voice none other than SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, I can see it. I can legitimately see it. I mean, Tom Kenny is like, very talented as well. Like that whole cast is for SpongeBob.
Yeah,
Also, yeah, I forget if I mentioned it on here before. I did finally finish the Micronauts cartoon.
nice.
It's good. Unsurprisingly, I love how Clancy Brown got to play with Baron Karza. He got to do something he doesn't often get to do as an actor, which is he got to do a villain who is threatening but also is allowed to have silly moments
Yeah.
because he doesn't get that
Oh.
very often.
Silas.
No, even Silas. Like Silas is still like serious villain. Like
Oh,
it's
that's
like
what I mean. Silas didn't have silly moments. That's what I was
oh no, I was
saying.
thinking of things like the Kurgan and Lex Luthor and like character and like what's his name? Is it Siege from Mighty Ducks and stuff like that?
I was just throwing shade at Transformers Prime.
Hmm. Yeah, no, but it's fun though because because Karza is allowed to have some level of camp to him. Yeah, like
Yeah.
this is still a guy who ultimately at the end of the day like wears like wears like capes and stuff and
Yep.
like is very protective of the fact he wears capes. It's like for him it's like a status symbol that's like yeah he wears a cape because it's like yeah I'm a baron and this is like my badge of off of this that, and they gave me this cape when I made Baron,
Yeah.
because like Baron is like very much like it's like a rank in like Micronaut society.
We live in a society here. There are rules. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, like Karza though is great, and like we do get stuff eventually too in terms of like with regards to because like Karza's got the whole like like the ominous like kind of Doctor Doomish mask. So like we do get backstory in terms of okay, why does Karza wear a mask and stuff like that. And I do really like too with Karza as a villain in that his ultimate motivations are he's a character who ultimately is somewhat xenophobic as a character in that like his whole thing is he is like only I can protect Mike Roja from alien invader from aliens and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But it's also one of those things where it's like he never had like the biggest view of like of other peoples and stuff, but he full on was like radicalized by a bad experience.
Yeah.
So I will give him that as a villain, and that I once you do get his backstory, it's like, yeah, he's wrong, but I can actually see why because he had like a really bad experience that just poisoned him against like immigrant species and stuff, and made him go, no,
Yeah.
we need to take control, we need to like like very much a Microsia for Microsians type attitude, and just the only person that can do this is me, because I'm the smartest guy in the room, megalomania.
Yep. Doctor Doom moment.
Yeah, no, it's very Doom-esque in terms of his whole megalomania and stuff. He is like they won't. He was like they won't listen to me in terms of like, and I know I'm right, so that means I need to take over. Like that kind of villain.
Yep.
So I mean, he comes by his desire for power fairly honestly, and I do kind of love that in like it's a well-written villain in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of well-written villains, Emperor Balos is great because he's like,
Oh, Bellows is just a horrible human being. Yes, that's what makes
yeah,
Bellows
he's
great.
a yeah. Like the thing is, like apparently early on, like he was actually gonna really bring about a day of unity and bring the magic realm to the real world. Not real world, the human world, and he might like that was the early plan, but then
Hmm.
like Disney kind of scrapped the show and they had to like retool a lot of the show before like finale. And I think that retool actually made him a better villain because they had to go like, oh, he's actually a human who just really hates witches.
Oh, that was a much stronger take.
Yeah,
Yeah, that like making Bellows just full on like just a colonial racist was like the best move.
yep.
Because I mean that's Bellows'
Like
character. He's a colonial racist.
yeah, and like the whole thing is his original plan was basically just the ending of Star versus the Force of Evil, and the last thing I wanted from the Owl House was to be reminded of that.
I don't dislike
Like
Star as much as some people do. I will be honest, but I get what you're saying.
I mean, I don't dislike. I don't dislike Star. I just heard the ending is not good. I heard the
It
first
got
three
it got
seasons are,
criticisms
but
for like how it handled last season with some of the. I think that, honestly, I'm not sure what I think still of like some of the shipping that they did in the last season, but and that did kind of feel like they were kind of like forcing the main characters together a little bit, but it is what it is.
yeah,
End of the day, like I think the thing that the show did very well, which I will still applaud it for, is that it served as a deconstruction of the classic like magical girl type mythos,
yeah,
in that it brought into question, well, what makes the monsters a monster?
yeah,
Like that was really the big thing there. That was like, yeah, like it was just a case. It was entirely a case of, yeah, monster was it. History is written by the winners. The show.
yeah,
And they just decided that, oh hey, these people are monsters and we are taking over this land, and there so you have the element of colonialism, and like and just Ludo goes from your stock villain. Ludo goes from your stock like villain there to like actually a fairly sympathetic figure once you kind of learn where he's coming from. I mean, he's
yeah.
also Alan Tudyk, and Alan Tudyk does no wrong in general, but
I mean, he was GOAT in Wish, but we can't and hold that against him just because Wish really sucked.
Look. I don't. He was not the worst part of Wish. The worst part of
Yeah,
Wish was the screenplay for Wish, and also that Disney keeps greenlighting animated films that don't aren't really fully baked.
yeah,
I mean, let's be honest. There is a long history of Disney films like coming together under pressure. Like that's the '90s right there.
yep,
'90s Disney is very much the pressure cooker produces results, but
yeah.
they have not been able to pull that off in a while. Like
I mean,
Frozen 2 they had no plan.
yeah, they just were like, well, Frozen 1 did good, so
They spent a whole bunch of work on it and came away with no plan.
yep. And you want a good example of a Disney movie where they didn't really have, where they had a plan, but then like things just kept going like in different directions, and and the movie ended up being very different than originally planned.
I think I know where you're going with this, but
Oh right, the
yeah,
poison,
yeah,
the
yeah,
kid
yeah.
show.
Yes, but that one I would actually say is a little bit of a different story because
Yeah,
Kingdom of the Sun, Emperor's New Groove. Did you ever watch the Sweatbox?
I need to find a place to watch it, but I know that Kingdom of the Sun was going to be much more of a straightforward Disney movie, and the Emperor's New
Yes.
Groove ended up being
Yes, and it was the
very
writers
much
of Lion, and it was Musker and Clements too. Like it was like big hitters at
yep,
Disney that were behind it. Like it's not like they had like a B team on it. Like they had their A team on it. But then it's also worth
yep,
remembering. I say they had their A team on it, and it's worth remembering that, for instance, that you know, Pocahontas was the A team film,
yeah.
and that one was weaker than like one of the other ones that they were not expecting to do as well. Yeah. Anyway, though,
And that other one was The Lion King,
yeah.
which
No,
ended up
actually,
being
no, it
one of the
wasn't
best
Musker
ever.
and Clements who did Kingdom and Sun. I don't think it was. No, it was the people that did Lion King, but that wasn't Musker and Clements
Yeah,
who did that one.
no, it wasn't Musker and Clements.
Yeah, it was the Lion King crew that was doing Kingdom of the Sun.
Roger Allers and Rob Minkoff, I believe.
Yeah. And then
Honestly, even though Kingdom of the Sun probably would have been a good movie, I don't think like I think a world without the Emperor's New Groove would be less interesting because the Emperor's New Groove is comedy genius.
yes, it is the most Warner Brothers film Disney has ever made.
Yep. It's like a Mel Brooks. It's like somehow they got Mel Brooks to make a G-rated animated movie.
They've done that's happened before, like Mel Brooks making G-rated animated film. As I love bringing up, like I love bringing this up when you see the whole thing, the meme of the correct response to anybody who says, oh, they couldn't make they couldn't make Blazing Saddles today. Aside from pointing out that they couldn't make it back then, and it took a lot of convincing to let them make that movie as it
Yeah,
was. Like like that movie was, yeah, and they had like heavy comedy hitters, like who were like just vouching for Mel and stuff in the process there. Like what's his name, Richard Pryor was involved in writing that film and stuff.
yeah,
Like he wasn't in it, but he worked on the screenplay. But my point is they did remake Blazing Saddles. It's just no one has
yeah,
seen it because it is a CG film called Paws of Fury: The Legend of Hank.
yeah. I heard about that.
And that movie, it was straight up envisioned from day one as let's remake Blazing Saddles for kids. Mel Brooks even has a role in it. Like like it was fully intention. Like if you read the summary online, it's like, yeah, this is can follow like all the general beats of Blazing Saddles, complete with like the plan if we're gonna make a fake town. I think they had like James Hong voice in the villain in that. Yeah, it was
It's
just
been
they
a
made it
while.
about cats and dogs instead of about race.
Yeah,
But the general theming was the same. Like yeah, again, like it's important context.
yeah,
Let's see. And of course, like for Disney gems that are underrated, I would say the animated series for Tangled is.
I heard it was good.
It's very good.
And it has Alan Menken doing the music, so
Oh yeah, it has both of both him and Glenn. What's his name there?
Glenn
Like
Slater.
yeah, Glenn Slater. Okay, yeah, it has both of them working on the songs for it, and it's got some of their best work as well. I would argue. Like
Yeah.
Menken won a daytime Emmy off that show and got his EGOT for a reason.
Yep.
Because like it is legitimately some of his career best work. Like Waiting in the Wings. Waiting in the Wings is an amazing song in season 2. Like that's the one he won it for.
Yeah.
Like it
I
is
need to
a
listen
really
to it.
good song. It's a really good number. The voice actor for what's her name? I've got the soundtrack on here.
Cassandra?
I could put that on here too if I wanted to.
And right
What
now.
what's her name? I'm just looking up the
Cassandra?
actor name at the very least because I want to reference that. But what's her name? Eden Espinosa. Like she's another Broadway actress there. But yeah, they had
Yeah.
her voicing like the main cast member character, like secondary character Cassandra, who was like like main cast like by season 2.
I believe she was Mother Gothel's actual daughter, right?
That is a spoiler, but yes,
Oh.
we don't find that out until when did we find that? I I forget if that's the very end of season 2 or the very beginning of season 3. I think it's right near the end of season 2 that we find that out. And it's a very that's one thing I will give the show too. They do not do any let's bring Gothel back as a cheap move, which some of that stuff would do. They do not do any of that. Instead, they just look at like the toxic legacy of Gothel as a character and how like
Yeah.
just the damage that she did has still reverberated in characters. Because we get some flashbacks with Cassandra, and it is like as I mentioned, I love Waiting in the Wings of the song. And then we get the reprise and the flashbacks, and it is like the most heartbreaking thing. And it's one of those things where it's like, as like when I was watching that, when I first was watching that, it was like because there's stuff that happens there in the story, like at the end of season 2, beginning of season 3, and it's like this kind of comes out of nowhere in season 2 in terms of what the hell, why are you doing this for character stuff? And then you watch the flashback, and it just goes, oh no, this seeing this flashback, there was only one way this plot was ever going to play out, and that is the way it played out.
Yep.
Like, and it's good writing in that sense, and that's like, yes, it is. The character did like once you learn like what's driving them and their motivations, it's like, oh no, this is the only way it could have gone.
Yep.
But they very much make a point to keep that like yeah, Gothel was like a very toxic figure. Because it's like yeah, like there's the retcon of like having a kid, but it's still the case of yeah, she didn't value her kid. Like the fact that Cassandra is not in the original Tangled film, like that honestly
Tells
says
you
it
a
all
lot
right
about
there. The
like
fact that she does
yeah.
not come up anywhere in that movie says it all about Gothel and her view on family.
Yep.
I mean, Tangle itself says it all too, but
Yeah.
like yeah, like it's. Mhm. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is looking good here. Yeah, it's just. But yeah, the Tangled series though, it is so good. Okay, yeah. I just looked back over at my chat from from down at my thing, and yeah, okay, season 2 finale. Yeah, it was around there, I think. I think you're right there. Yeah, we don't get the flashback until the season 3 premiere, but I think but I think that I think the reveal was season 2.
Mm.
Yeah, the flashback is definitely the season 3 premiere though, and like that was like that moment is heartbreaking. But like they had very good casting. Like they had Jeremy Jordan voicing a character in the series too.
Yeah. He was like the inventor guy, right?
Yeah.
You might know him now as Lucifer. Take that, depression.
Yep.
My daughter wants to see me. Take that, depression.
Have you had a chance yet? Because I was asking this like to people like before you got in here to like people in chat. Have you had a chance at all to check out the new episode 0?
Episodes of what?
Hell of a Boss.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, it's on Amazon now. Like
Episode 0?
they redid the pilot episode.
Oh, cool.
Like it's like not like reanimated, like it's a full on like just to bring it more in line with the general tone and some of the lore and stuff. Like there's some tweaks to.
Hmm.
They got rid of some of the more like like because if you remember the original pilot was a lot more slapstick.
Yeah.
So like it's more in line with the general theme of the with the general theme of the show. Like just even just stuff with the Stolas Blitz relationship there. Like it like
Yeah, the characters probably act more like they do, like how they became more likable over the course of the series.
just even though like the actual setup, if you remember, it's more of a punchline in the original series there, the relationship.
Yeah, the pilot. Yeah.
In the original it was more of a punchline type thing in terms of like there's still some bits that are there, like for instance, the whole thing, they kept the scene there, where he sneaks out of Stolas's room more or less intact.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like a key scene as we see like in later episodes in the series.
Kind of
But
early
yeah,
installment weirdness, like it was a little edgy. Like the humor was a bit edgier in the sense that like they were willing to use slurs then, and they aren't, now.
yes. It's of its time.
Yep.
And yeah, it's very much of its time, and I think it's not a bad thing when creators will take a look at things and adjust them.
Yeah.
It's like how with I know with Peacemaker, I think like James Gunn remarked he'd love to like George Lucas the hell out of it to like bring it into to like just do like a version that's more in line with like the current DCU as opposed to just doing like smaller retcons here and there. Like I think if the quote following is like I'd love to George Lucas the shit out of that. Let's see.
And I assume there were more musical numbers in the remake of the pilot of episode 0.
No, not really. No, like they kept the IMP theme, and that's no, they didn't really do much in terms of like new musical number. Well, no, they do a remix of the IMP theme, but there's not as well, but like there's not really much in terms of new numbers. Like it's still like a 10-minute episode, like it's just setting up the premise of the series.
Is there still a cure for syphilis?
Oh
Or
no,
is
no, no,
that,
they got rid of that bit there.
Oh,
No, they got rid of that bit with Luna, and they did confirm her age as well.
yeah.
They did confirm she's in her 20s.
Yep. And she said she was like adopted before she turned 18, so I assumed she was like in her 20s or something.
Yeah, but I guess that was like a thing with fans and stuff there in terms of like age and based on stuff that she was doing and such, and yeah. So they did the whole standard thing of okay, here, are you happy now? But I mean, it's a fandom. You can never make fandoms happy.
Yeah.
I saw a whole thing there where people who were talking about and like what reading the discussion for for like the Hell of a Shorts episode 7 there, and just people debating with regards to whether people who are very clearly like getting the wrong reading out of it, where it's like I'm
Yeah.
sorry, like it's a pretty obvious subtext like what they're going for in that.
That's the one with that's Weeaboo Boo, right?
No, episode 7's the Moxie one that just came out.
Oh, I should watch that.
Yeah, I guess you haven't watched it.
Yeah, they're on
Yeah, it's a
YouTube.
Moxie based one though. Yes.
Moxie's just inherently funny to me because like Richard Horvitz usually plays characters who are batshit insane and also idiots, and Moxie is neither of those.
Moxie's
He's
the
like
straight man. Yes, he doesn't do that very
he's the
often.
closest, he's the closest thing to a normal person in IMP.
Mm-hmm.
Well, imp, I guess, but
Yep.
it's just kind of really funny hearing Richard Horvitz play that when he usually plays characters who are very over the top, very stupid, very
Yep.
unhinged, like Zim, Billy, Daggett.
Yep.
I mean, another example of a character he played against type was he was the voice of Gray Matter in in the original Ben 10, who's a very smart little alien, not insane or like
Yep.
he was Ben's
I guess
super
one character
intelligence
he did
alien
that
form.
isn't unhinged is Alpha 5.
Alpha 5 is just neurotic. He's just a
Yep.
nervous wreck. I think that was like one of his first big roles too. So
Yeah, I think that was an early career role. I think he was acting in the 80s, like because he started as a child, if I remember correctly.
yeah,
But I'm glad they did bring him back when they did the anniversary thing for Power Rangers, like that
yeah.
anniversary episode there. Like I'm still not quite sure how I feel about the way that they worked in how they built the plot around. Like the plot was kind of built around the fact that Trini's actor had died,
Oh,
because they had a whole legacy element to it where like they had a new Yellow Ranger that was like Trini's daughter.
yeah.
And like they just full on made it the thing that she died fighting Rita Repulsa, and that like some of the
Wow.
other Rangers had raised her.
That feels a little out of character for how Rita is portrayed in the original series, where she's
Well,
supposed to be
it was a resurrected Rita.
oh,
Yeah, no, it was like a resurrect. It was like a it was a robot clone of Rita. Like that was like the villain in that one. But they did bring back Barbara Goodson to voice the robot clone. Oh God, yes, Horvitz is great. I remember that. I remember when he was in Calgary in 2014. Yeah, that was great. Like yeah, like I remember he came out and was just like getting the crowd all hyped up and stuff in his line. The panel
I
that he
still think
had
one of
there
my
with
favorite.
Ricky Simons as well, but that was really good.
You know what their favorite line from Invader Zim was? Their favorite exchange. Why was there?
Oh, see, my favorite Zim bit is probably still, I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse or
Or
better?
better. I mean, like the why was there bacon in the soap was like Ricky and Richard's favorite bit from the show.
Hmm. I mean, that show had so many great bits.
Like everyone in that show is completely insane, and it's just hilarious for that reason.
Oh, yeah. It is a completely demented world, and you can believe that no one would notice that Zim is an alien or even care.
Yep. You're lying. Like that's basically Zim's catchphrase, just accusing people of lying when it's obvious they're not lying, just because he's so in denial of everything around him.
Yep.
He's so damn oblivious. Like I actually kind of had a realization that Zim is like the only alien invader who's more incompetent and even funnier than the G1 cartoon Decepticons.
I don't know. There's
Because
probably
G1
like
cart,
more. I don't think the Decepticons are the low bar. Oh.
yeah,
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah.
Have a great night. Have a great night, stupid monkey. So.
And I guess compared to like other Decepticons, they're pretty much low bar, but most other Decepticons are actually really competent and evil.
Yeah.
Or at least in the case of the movies, they can actually kill things even if they aren't that good at it.
Mm.
The Bayverse.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say I do like how in terms of like for G1 stuff, like when we're talking Decepticons, I think one of my favorite bits in the G1 cartoon, and this is largely just my own. I think this is a mix of my watching the G1 cartoon combined with watching Doctor Smooth shorts. Parodying the G1 cartoon. But just see, my read of Shockwave is just like the most like codependent person out there in terms of it's like, Megatron, where are you, Megatron? I need you, mighty Megatron. Where are you? I can't do anything without you, Megatron. Megatron.
See, the thing is, my favorite version of Shockwave is the logically awesome version from Marvel. Like
No,
he's funny
Marvel
and
Shockwave is fantastic. Yes, and he's
and
definitely
also
in my top
IDW
Shockwaves.
Shockwave. And IDW Shockwave is basically Marvel Shockwave, but even more like
Look, Shockwave is one of those characters where you can't pick a favorite because there's too many.
yeah.
Because we have Marvel Shockwave, who is just straight up evil Spock. We have so we have evil Spock Shockwave. We have we have Transformers Prime Shockwave, which is also an evil, like logical Shockwave, and David Sobolov just sells that like crazy. Like
Yeah, too bad they didn't make him
one of the
tragically
best
Megatron.
Shockwave designs, a fantastic voice to go with it, and the characterization is just fantastic.
Animated Shockwave was great, even if I kind of wish he had a bit more of a
Animated
Treacherous,
Shockwave's
straight
okay. He's
kill.
not in my top ones. He's more of a cartoon shock. He's more of a better cartoon Shockwave.
Yeah.
But he's about as effective at shooting things as cartoon Shockwave was.
Yeah.
Because he's very bad at finishing the job.
He's bad at finishing the job, but he's
To
better at
quote
it
to
than Gene
quote
cartoon
to
Shockwave.
quote the Dr. Smooth short, Shockwave, you can't shoot for shit.
Yeah. Well, he has no depth perception.
Exactly. And then of course, yeah, there's IDW Shockwave, who is another gold standard. We got Cyberverse Shockwave, who is also very good.
The only bad Shockwave is Vey versus Shockwave, and that's only because he was a red herring.
Yes, yes. But yeah, Cyberverse Shockwave is fantastic. Cyberverse Shockwave was the like he was very much that logical Shockwave, but like a competent commander. And I love how we essentially had a situation where we had Slipstream as the middle management managing a bunch of idiots in the Seekers, and her bosses were a dotted line of Shockwave and Starscream, which is the worst combination of bosses.
A dotted line at what in the Starscream?
Shockwave and Starscream. She reported to both of them.
Yeah.
So as I said, I consider that Slipstream. She is middle management. She is a very sympathetic. She is competent middle management sandwiched between idiots. Like on both, like her subordinates are idiots and her bosses are idiots, and she's got to deal with all of them.
Yep.
And then of course we got Earthspark Shockwave. I actually really like as well.
I just wish Earthspark's second season had been as good as the first.
Yeah.
But Nickelodeon
Yeah.
just had to fire all the
They
writers.
had to get rid of all the
because
writers.
Nickelodeon. I don't think that was a Hasbro decision. I think that was a Nickelodeon decision.
That was probably a money thing, yeah. They did a bunch of
And
stuff.
of course,
Like, yeah, they did a bunch of
the fact
stuff
that
that was
Nickelodeon managed to screw the show so hard that even Cartoon Network, who screwed animated over as hard as they could, were like, "Wow, can you give us pointers on how to screw over the next Transformers show we get at some point?" Because like Nickelodeon raised screwing over a Transformers cartoon to levels even Cartoon Network never could dream of.
God, I wish that didn't sound like hyperbole. Yeah. Shame.
Gotta
Like
fit more Loud House reruns. I hate the Loud House. I hate the Loud House. I hate the Loud House. And SpongeBob reruns, but I like SpongeBob, at least the old seasons. The episodes after Steven Hillenburg came back are pretty decent. Even to this day, like, seems like he set some ground rules that Mr. Krabs can't be a total jackass. He has to be like better than Plankton. He has to have like some decent qualities, and Squidward has to actually deserve what's coming to him whenever he's being a jerk.
Yep.
And when Squidward isn't being a jerk, he actually gets good karma. Like Steven Hillenburg just said, Patrick can't be a jerk. He's just a lovable idiot. Like
Patrick's
he can be a
just
jerk
stupid,
sometimes, but yeah, like the bad episodes, the bad season just made him a stupid asshole when he's supposed to be like, a guy who's stupid but means well.
Yeah, he's a dopey, well-meaning best friend.
He's basically Bill Fagerbakk's most iconic role, and also in the classic seasons, he was quite literally the best character on the show.
There's a reason they gave Patrick a spinoff.
Yeah, and like I heard the spinoff actually got pretty good, like once it found its footing.
Yeah, that's
like the Bubble Bass Reviews show. Apparently, that was after it found its footing, and I really think that's like hilarious that they just made Bubble Bass a parody of SpongeBob and all those internet reviewers. I mean, not SpongeBob, Nostalgia Critic and stuff.
Oh, they did a nostalgia parody? Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, Bubble Bass, he was a parody of angry internet reviewers in one episode, the Bubble Bass Reviews show, where he reviews the Patrick Star show.
Okay. Yeah, no, that actually sounds pretty good. So, I mean, it's low-hanging fruit. But...
they actually finally brought Bubble Bass back like a few seasons after Steven Hillenburg came back, and like I'm like, why didn't you keep him in the show for longer? He's like the perfect enemy for SpongeBob. Like Plankton is Mr. Krabs' arch nemesis, obviously. Bubble Bass is like the guy who just.
I'm glad Hillenburg got to live to see the musical.
Yeah.
I should have gone to that when it was like in New York, because I was in New York when it was in previews. I should have gone to see it. So.
The only my favorite thing about Mr. Krabs is like there's only one thing he loves more than money, and it's his daughter. Like that is like Pearl is literally the only thing in the world that he would actually like give up money if it was to save Pearl's life, and that's like saying something because
it's Mr. Krabs. Yeah. All right, so let's see. I think I've got the inking mostly done. I'm just gonna I'm gonna fill in some of the eyelashes here, but let's do that. But yeah,
You
it's
know, there's the fact that like it's obvious in quite a few episodes that it's not just that SpongeBob is a meal ticket to him, but also he kind of cares for him almost a fatherly sense almost.
yeah.
Like depends on the episode, but usually like a lot of times in like the classic episodes, it's like yeah, Mr. Krabs is maybe a skinflint, but he sees SpongeBob as more just a meal ticket. He probably sees him as like someone that he could pass the Krusty Krab on to when he finally retires. And of course, Mr. Krabs would still make money off of it because it's Mr. Krabs. But you know,
Yeah. And I mean, like, let's be honest, I would worry about SpongeBob running into the ground because he's not a businessman.
yeah, maybe you should get Mr. Squidward. Maybe you should get Squidward to run it instead.
Actually, Squidward and SpongeBob being forced to run it. Well, would that run in the ground faster or slower?
I don't know. As long as yeah, I guess Squidward would probably try and change it to be more high culture or something, knowing him.
No, I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking more like just they wouldn't get along.
Yeah,
Like him and SpongeBob would
SpongeBob would
just like.
certainly try to get along.
Oh, SpongeBob would absolutely make an effort. Yes, he absolutely would. And speaking of efforts and stuff, I need to decide what I'm putting on next for audio because like yeah, because my soundtrack's finished that I was listening to. Uh, so we did Has Been, we did Hell of a Boss, both of those. I could put that back on, or I could put on something else. Got a lot of anime stuff in my list.
Promare. Sorry,
You
just
know what?
gotta
I'm
say
gonna do
it.
Twisted. I haven't listened to that in a while.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one?
I hear it's like kind of like a parody of like like it's about it's about if Jafar was the good guy.
Twisted is the be all is kind of like the end all of your that whole sympathetic villain musical type thing because of how well it does it in terms of
Yeah,
both satirizing it, but also telling an incredibly heartfelt story.
yeah, I
Like
think it's good.
like Jafar's actor, like he absolutely sells that thing. Like in terms of some, like there's some actual like stakes to some of those bits in it too. And
It's
you get bits
parody,
like
but it's got heart.
yes, it's a parody with heart, and the best parodies are movies with heart.
Yeah,
Like
like the first two Shreks.
um Shrek.
Shrek 1
I
and Shrek 2.
question whether I would say Shrek has heart purely because Shrek was also uh like it was Jeffrey Katzenberg like his it was a revenge movie by Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Yeah, there. I think the animators did a good job with what
They
did a much
did,
better
yes,
job than they
they
actually did.
did, but I'm just mean that ultimately the project was Jeffrey Katzenberg just trying to like
Taking the
get
piss
back at
back.
Eisner.
Yeah, and he ended up pretty much succeeding since the movie was a big hit. So a lot of people thought like viewers thought Eisner was a hack and Katzenberg wasn't, when really it seems more like it's the other way around.
Oh, Eisner, yeah, I mean like it's like Eisner was a creative genius. Because but the thing is with Eisner is the creative genius who knows when to move out of the way.
And he's also the creative genius who takes risks that don't always pay off. But that's like,
Yes, that's what sank his career, the risks.
yep,
He took some big swings, made some enemies, and then those enemies eventually got kicked him out of Disney.
yep. I'd like to see him come back and replace
Like it's
Eisner
one
every
of those
now and
things where
then.
it's like when you read about like the how he had the conflict with Steve Jobs. It's like, yeah, I'm not really shocked because they're both very similar personality types.
Yeah,
Like Steve Jobs, by all accounts, was like visionary, but also kind of an asshole.
yeah,
God, I love that bit there in the musical where they're parodying the in the song there where they're parodying the bit with in Beauty and the Beast where Belle goes into the bookstore and the guy gives her the book and stuff there but they're parodying that with Jafar and he's talking about like his favorite book or whatever there and and he's describing Wicked, which is kind of the joke.
yeah.
And then it's like my favorite book like I read all the time. And then the guy is like it's like, "Oh, you think you're better than me because you can read? Get out of my store." Because the whole opening number is like parody of like that Beauty and the Beast, except it's like just every like it's essentially like the whole city's doing like fuck you Jafar. And they're all
I think
singing.
one of the big.
Hmm?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, they're
I
all
think one of the
singing
big
about how much
mistakes
they
of the
don't
Aladdin.
like Jafar for that opening musical number.
I think one of the big mistakes of the Aladdin remake was that it just sucked all the humor out of Jafar. Because he was a pretty funny villain.
It's a remake where they
Especially,
didn't. It's a remake where Iago didn't have a voice until reshoots.
yeah,
When they until like editing room when they went, oh, we need to bring in Alan Tudyk to do this.
they really should have kept Iago's voice because Iago is part of
Yeah,
the
I
reason
think it
Jafar is so
was. I
damn
think it was
funny.
on one of the TFW podcasts years ago where I think it was Vangelis bringing it up with regards to how all the Iago stuff really feels like it got put in after the fact, and that it wasn't originally intended to be in there because of just how awkward a lot of it is, and that Iago is
Yeah,
kind of just reacting to things and not really no one's really interacting with him.
which takes away the fun of Iago since he's always, well, granted, the only person who reacted to him because like the only person who like he would actually talk to instead of just mimicking for most of the movie was, Jafar.
Hmm.
Around everyone else, he would just pretend to be a normal parrot.
Right. Let's see.
I'm so ticked off that I'm molting. God, like Gilbert
Oh
Gottfried was
God,
just
that
perfect
one
as
lyric
Iago.
there, where it's like everyone's talking about all the things they're dreaming of, and it's like, and he is just Jafar is just the realist in the play, where it's like that's not realistic, and then one person's like, I want to be a cat, and it's like, what? Yeah, seriously, it's a great musical, Twisted, and it's all on YouTube. You can watch Twisted for free on YouTube.
Nice.
Like they've got the whole musical up there, like they filmed the whole production there, and it's very well done. Um, yeah, it does enough. It does enough dodging, legally speaking, in order to not get nailed by Disney.
Yeah, this
And
does
there's a
enough
lot of
dodging to say fair use.
sorry.
Does enough dodge. Well, I mean, it's a parody, so fair use. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, just in terms of because the actual story is public domain, but like like there's
yeah,
still like will change things like if there's a character that's unique to the Disney version, they don't necessarily name them like. I mean, with Jafar, like they spell Jafar differently, for instance.
yeah,
Like and like Abu is never named. He's only ever referred to as Monkey, even though it's like Abu.
yeah.
Oh God, the Aladdin musical number I'm listening to right now.
Isn't Len just kind of a jackass in this version?
He is.
Because
He
he can't like
absolutely is. Yes, and that's the whole joke with Aladdin. And I'm gonna change my reference art here so I can see the one I'm actually inking. Yeah, no, Aladdin is like a horrible person in this, and that's the whole joke.
yeah, because
Like
Jafar's a
this
good
whole
guy. He's
bit
got a
here
nice.
where he's just getting mad at this vendor because the guy put raisins in the bread that he stole.
Imagine not liking raisin bread. I like raisin bread.
Raisin bread's good, yeah. Yeah. God, these are just so good lyrics.
You notice how most Disney villains are like skinny as a rail, and then like
Yeah.
one of the only fat ones are like one of the only fat ones is Ursula.
Well, that's because of Ursula's performer, though.
Yeah, well, the originally intended performer.
But
Because
yeah,
like Pat Carroll wasn't really that. She was like a bit bigger in
they
her
modeled her
original, but she
after.
wasn't like
Didn't they
huge.
model Ursula after a divine or whatever there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Divine was the originally intended voice actor, but they passed away before.
Yep. God, I love that bit in there where they just parodying the "getting in trouble" Aladdin bit from the original, where it's like getting in trouble already, Aladdin. In Aladdin, it's like you're only in trouble if you get caught. And then it's like then girl shows up, who's got like a visibly pregnant belly. Aladdin, I'm in trouble. No, they like full on like make Aladdin is like a horrible person who is just full on. It's like, yeah, I want to like lay the princess essentially.
Yep. Which was basically his motivation in the original fairy tale, to be fair.
And they have Jasmine as like a princess who's like incredibly like naive about the real world and not necessarily like cognizant of how good she has it.
Yeah. So is the genie in this? Is he like an antagonist or?
Oh, the genie does show up, yes, and the genie bit, like when they do the payoff with the genie, oh my god, the payoff for because you're wondering how they're gonna do the genie the whole way, and when we do get the genie, the payoff is like, oh my god. The character that actually gets a lot of play in this musical though is Prince Ahmed.
Yeah, the guy who was like just kind of a jerk in the original movie.
Yeah, the guy who got like attacked by the tiger.
Yeah. And then he tried to whip some kids just for getting in the way of his horse.
No, he is like he is like the secondary antagonist of the musical.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, and it's a case of they have in the story there with like the kingdom of Disney, and
Yeah.
they and coming into conflict with the kingdom of and coming into conflict with the kingdom of Pixar.
Yeah.
And Prince Ahmed is like the like the ruler of the kingdom of Pixar there.
Yeah.
And he takes umbrage to the fact that they just build off the whole thing off the main scene Ahmed is in the film there with regards to the tiger, and that because of that, because of the fact that he storms out, like with the tiger having like scratched up like his butt and stuff there.
Yeah.
Everybody that from then on, like including like his own subjects, everybody assumes that he tried to fuck a tiger, and that becomes like his entire, and that just is the thing that pisses him off all throughout the entire thing. That everyone is calling him that.
So if he's a secondary antagonist, Pixar is this like made after people kind of realize, this was made before people realized John Lasseter was kind of a jerk.
No,
Or
this
John
was
Lasseter
this
was
was made like they're kind of touching on like the whole Disney Pixar merger in the story.
yeah. I thought that would be for the better, but then like they just kind of homogenize all the Disney movies are like I think it was
Well,
because
look,
Pixar like Lucas films that
I think there's an
you know
important thing that happened,
hmm?
and that is that the legend at Pixar who was responsible for a lot of his success couldn't keep his hands to himself.
Yep.
Really, that's what it comes down to. I would argue.
Yep.
That's like, yeah, people who shouldn't have been handsy were handsy, and I know one thing I've seen brought up too in criticisms of Pixar, and I think there probably is something to this. Um, I don't necessarily agree with it in all the cases, but I've seen a criticism comparing like Pixar stuff to other animated stuff in that, look at say something like K-pop Demon Hunters. In terms of you look at like Pixar's greatest hits, they are they're very much like all audience type things. Like they are for children, but they are not about children.
Yeah.
And a lot of their movies lately have not followed that formula.
Yeah.
That being said, I do not agree with a lot of the criticisms that I see with Pixar stuff. I loved Turning Red, for instance. Turning Red was really good.
Turning Red is like the best movie they made in years.
I mean, Turning Red, I think the reason people don't like Turning Red ultimately is more to do with the actual subject matter of it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, look, it is metaphor for something that guys are uncomfortable with.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the movie.
It's also a reaction-based goldmine. Like, there's a lot of really funny faces in that movie.
Oh yes, 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 and I think it's dumb that people criticize the actual like visuals of the movie for the faces and stuff because it's like, I'm sorry, but no, this is good. Like
Like, I
Turning
think the
Red
problem
didn't do
is
as
that,
well
like,
as it should have because it was released on a streaming platform, not in theaters.
I think the problem is that Pixar tries to use a similar style for Turning Red for most of their stuff now instead of, like, it worked for Turning Red because it was intended to, like, like the director was very heavily influenced by anime and stuff,
Yes, but I don't think that
and you
that's
could tell.
necessary. I wouldn't say though that that is a thing of oh Pixar's trying to use the style. I think it's just changing of the guard.
Yeah,
I think
makes
it's just that
sense.
yeah, like with Pixar, they've just yeah that's what the people who are into animation have as their main influences. It's like you look at My
Yeah,
Adventures with Superman. It has heavy anime
yeah,
influence to it because that is what they all grew up on.
yeah. I
What do
love
you
that like
expect?
animation nowadays. Like instead of just shallow parodies of anime, like there used to be like the Dexter's Lab Speed Racer parody. It's like actual anime fans making this stuff,
Yeah, that's because it's
resting on what
like
they're
more than
doing.
that's because it's not a niche thing in Hollywood anymore. It's not the thing that like
Yeah,
David Wise and Robin Williams and probably like yeah like 2 dozen other people are into.
yeah.
Like yeah, like David Wise, like the animation writer was like a huge anime nerd. Well, not necessarily just anime, but he was like really into stuff. Like this is a guy who knew Go Nagai.
Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah. I
I mean,
I
there's still
probably
people who. I mean, there's still people who know Go Nagai because Go Nagai is still around.
yeah. No, like there was a like there was an experience like a friend. This is not something that happened to me. This was like a friend of mine that at TFCon one year when we had David Wise as a guest. So a friend of mine was wearing a like the T-shirt he was wearing was a like a Batman 66 logo parody that was Devilman instead of Batman. And David Wise saw that and wanted to get a picture of it so he could send it to Go Nagai.
God, if I knew someone who knew Go Nagai, I'd say, hey, say hi to Go for me. And that's kind of an obvious thing to say, but
Like it's I mean, hey, it's like it's always crazy when you it's like when you look at just the connections you make online sometimes in terms of people. I was like I've had moments like at conventions there where it's like you recognize someone and it's like one of those things is like, oh hey yeah well and you act when you step back it's kind of crazy that you actually like know this person and that they remember you.
yeah, that's me with Paul St. Peter.
Uh, I'm not sure what actor that is.
He was Leomon in the dubs of the first three Digimon
Oh cool
series. He was
cool.
also Xemnas in Kingdom Hearts.
I mean, it's like we interacted like back in the day with like Derek Wyatt. May
God,
he
I
rest in
miss him.
peace. God, yeah. I really wish he was around to see like some of these legacy homages they've been doing.
I'm sure he'd have his criticisms
No, that's half
like
the
Kid
reason I want to
should,
see.
but
I wish he was still around because I know he would criticize like aspects of some of them.
yeah,
It's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I think he would both be like, I think it's cool this Bumblebee exists. I also have a lot of problems with this Bumblebee.
yeah,
He would be of both minds, and I love that, and that's what I love about him. In that he would be like,
yeah,
as a Transformers collector, I love I can buy this. As the guy who designed this, and an animation character designer, I have problems with this.
I think he'd
I
be
think he
pretty
would have
happy
loved
with
the
the
Optimus
Optimus
though.
though. Yeah,
Like Optimus
I
was
was just
pretty
about to say
perfect.
that.
And just even Motormaster, like the fact that they made Motormaster. But yeah, I think. But yeah, that's the thing. And I think he would have the same criticisms about Wreck-Gar that we're all having too.
Yeah,
Considering he's the reason that they didn't use Wreck-Gar for Motormaster for the
yep,
bot concept. And yeah,
yeah. I just want to
that's what I
see it.
miss about Derek. It's like yeah, like he was someone who would yeah, he was a fan like the rest of us.
Yeah, that kind of brings back to how Lindsay Ellis, like the whole plate, like the reason I love that, like critic critical reviews of the Michael Bay Transformers movies are a dime a dozen since those movies really suck, but most of them are by people who don't like Transformers as a franchise, and Lindsay is not like
Lindsay
that.
is a fan.
She's coming from the same place we are.
hmm
Disappointment. Massive heartbreaking disappointment. Would
Yep,
put it.
exactly. It's like yeah, it's
You can
important.
blame her for being
And it's
disappointed.
and there's always a balancing act with anything involving fans, obviously. But like I think the important thing is to also know when to check your fandom at the door. And Derek was able to do
Yeah.
that when he was working on animated.
Yep.
Like, he's still got a lot in there. Like, let's be honest, Swindle's probably in there because Derek, but
Yep.
because Derek probably like
Swindle's his
suggested
favorite
it.
guy.
I mean, it's only like
Swindle's
one
his
of his
favorite
favorite
character.
Transformers.
I think Swindle is his top favorite Transformer.
I think it was.
It
Yeah, I
was.
know Swindle was definitely top 4. I still remember his
I
top
mean,
4 list
yeah,
because his
Galvatron, Waspinator, Ratbat, and Swindle.
yeah. Actually, I'd forgotten Waspinator. Like I remembered 3 of those offhand, but yeah, like it's yeah, he has an all-time his all-time favorite list, and he got to put like most of those characters into the show.
Yep.
I'm really sad we didn't get his vision for like what they would have done if they ever did Galvatron,
Yeah.
like just with like a flash forward.
God, yeah.
That would have been not just that would have been great, just a flash forward Galvatron, and like try and do an Orson Welles Unicron in there too, like get Maurice LaMarche in there.
Oh God, he would have been perfect as Unicron.
I don't know how no one's
And
brought him in as Unicron yet.
it's insane. Like, Coleman Bingo did good in Rise of the Beast, though.
Oh no. Like Rise of the Beasts Unicron was really good. Yeah. Like Rise of the Beasts, honestly, like I really enjoyed that film. I think the weakest part of it is how it had to have the big third act battle.
Yeah.
But they did a better
That's
job. It took how many movies for Optimus Prime to feel like a more Optimus Prime?
yeah. Bumblebee, and he only had like a brief role in that.
And they got it in one with Primal.
Yep.
Like I actually
I
really
just wish.
liked the idea that they used Optimus Primal as the character to remind Optimus Prime of the importance of like valuing of compassion and stuff like that. Because
Yeah.
that was Primal's character.
Yep. And
If anyone
sometimes
is going to be
crazy
doing
work.
that, I'm if anyone is going to be telling Optimus Prime of all people like things that Optimus Prime should have known to begin with, I'm cool with it being Optimus Primal.
Yep. It's the boss monkey.
Yeah. Exactement. Like yeah, Primal is
King
one of my
Kong
favorite.
Avenger fucked himself.
Optimus Primal is one of my all-time favorite Transformers characters.
I just wish that they had actually reached out to like a Gary to voice him. Honestly,
I'm glad they got
apparently they never
Ron,
did.
though. That said,
Yeah. So
like
Ron was
Ron
good,
has done the character before, and
and
to
he got
Gary's
to actually do
credit,
something with it
I
in
don't think
this.
Gary expected that they were going to cast him anyway. So
Yeah. It's just that I was kind of disappointed because like they went back and got Peter Cullen for the G1 fans, but they didn't get
yeah,
Gary for the kids who grew up with Beast Wars like
no,
me.
I agree, but I think a big reason for that was probably the. I wouldn't surprise me if some of that was just the fact of like bringing in people from Vancouver versus like people in LA.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't like it, but yeah, I get it. And Gary is enough of a professional that he gets it. So
Yep. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he didn't pull a Greg Sipes or anything.
oh my God, have you been following that? Oh
I
yeah,
saw
I
you
guess he
mention.
would
I
have.
don't know. I don't. I did. I only saw you mention it on like the server,
Yeah,
but
I did
I
mention
don't
it
know
in
the
a
whole
Discord server,
context.
yes. So yes, the Greg Sipes stuff there. So Greg Sipes, recent like he did a. There were some posts there that with regards to that he is no longer going to be voicing Beast Boy in Teen Titans. Going forward. Like he was saying that they fired him from voicing Beast Boy. Um, we got more information and he was also saying it's like, oh, they fired me after I came out and said I had Parkinson's and stuff like that. And the more info we got, the more like I have questions about his timeline of events.
Yeah.
I don't think it's his timeline quite lines up with that. But then we also got information with regards to he is still doing stuff in the next season of Teen Titans, and it was straight up okay. They full on made a new character for him to voice. Like it sounds to me like he was probably not physically capable of voicing Beast Boy because Beast Boy's are, like I've seen people remark that's like, oh hey, it's like, well, just because he has Parkinson's doesn't mean he couldn't do the character, but it's not a Michael J. Fox situation. He's like Beast Boy is a high energy character that he's got to do a lot
Yeah.
with his voice on that role too.
Yeah, he's got to kind of do that rap.
He's got to yeah, he's got to pitch up his voice and all that stuff for that role. Like that's not an easy part.
Dude, I've been those animals.
You're not even as high as Sipes has to be, like in terms of like for voice wise.
Dude, I've been those animals.
Again,
I
still
guess I
not,
was doing
but
more of
like
like,
that's kind of my point though. Like it's not an easy role to do, Beast Boy, and you got to keep high energy
guess
while
I,
you're doing all that too. And you
I
probably
guess
do
I
like
was closer to,
4 hour recording session.
I guess I was closer to Greg as Kevin Levin from the Ben 10 sequels.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean like Kevin's a much easier register to though vocally.
Yeah, Kevin's more like this.
Yeah, people forget about that. Like, but I mean, yeah, but it's one of those things. Yeah, they full on created a character for him to voice. But then the other interesting bit is this is how a lot of people have been learning about what Greg Sipes has been getting up to on social media.
Yeah, isn't he like repeating conspiracy crap?
Yes, he's also been an anti-vaxxer for years.
Oh, I knew that.
He's why Tara
I think
Strong's an
he's one.
anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, I remember that.
What else? He's big on like like the holistic like medicine type stuff. Like
The medicine.
he's convinced Parkinson's is curable
Christ.
and is going the non-traditional route with treating it.
He's gonna die in a few years.
So it's like I'm sorry, but and like they full on and yeah, and the insider stuff was like it's full on. It's like they full on yeah, they made a new character for him to voice and everything. Like they clearly did not want to get rid of him. The fact that they
A
actually
lot
like
of
accommodated stuff.
a lot of, as far as I know, he never got hinted to become an anti-vaxxer. Like she's mostly retired from voice acting, but she wrote an article about how she was upset that people weren't getting vaccinated or wearing their masks.
Who was this?
Hinden,
Okay.
Starfire.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Hinden's good. He's a good person.
Yeah, it's crazy though. Just like it's yeah, this was how a lot of people are learning about this, and that raises questions too of yeah, how much of this has to do with the fact that the voice of Beast Boy, who's an influence on kids, this is the stuff he's been spouting online.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Scott Menville and Carrie Payton are pretty normal guys too, so
Yeah, they seem pretty chill.
Scott Menville's been voice acting for decades. Like he's been voice acting since he was a kid, actually.
Oh yeah, he's been around for a while, and Carrie's
Yeah,
done a
wasn't
lot
he
of
like
like Carrie's done a lot of screen stuff too.
yeah, wasn't like Scott Menville like Red Herring in like Pup Named Scooby Doo?
I think he was. That sounds right.
That's not very funny.
That sounds
God,
right.
Pup Named Scooby Doo is like one of the two best Scooby Doo cartoons.
I know what the other one is, so yeah, you don't need to say it.
You absolutely do. You
And I know what
absolutely
the
do.
bottom of the barrel is, and we all know it.
Shaggy and Scooby Doo get a clue.
No, God, no, that's not bottom of the barrel.
Uh, Be Cool Scooby Doo.
No, no, bottom of the barrel is Mindy Kaling's.
Oh, duh. I memory hold that.
I think I got
I
through one
genuinely,
episode of that,
I genuinely forgot that cartoon existed.
and it somehow got 2 seasons. Although, granted, I say somehow, and let's be honest, it somehow got 2 seasons because it would have been a 2 season order.
Yeah, it was a 2 season order.
That's
People
just
thought it got. People thought enough people were hate watching it to get 2 seasons. No, that wasn't
no,
what
no, no.
happened
They
at
just
all.
did a 2 season order.
Yep. Yeah, Be Cool Scooby Doo, like out of the regular Scooby Doo cartoons, like I don't like how like its art style looks like discount Family Guy almost. Like the show itself is apparently pretty alright. I just really don't like the
Oh,
art
that
style.
one.
It kind of
Okay, yeah,
falls.
yeah. I mean, that one was a very much a. That one is to quote Abraham Simpson. That was the style of the time.
Yeah. Like Mystery Inc. had a great
Hmm.
art style, courtesy of
Yeah.
again our friend Derek Wyatt.
Hmm.
Rest in peace.
Also, God, this number here in Twisted, just to give you context for this, so this musical number is like Aladdin, like it's the whole bit where Aladdin's with the princess, like in the original, like in his like little hideout, and he's doing his musical number to her,
Yeah.
and he's singing about his tragic backstory and how he was orphaned at 33. Yeah, seriously, God, it is like such a great like toxic masculine, toxic. take on Aladdin.
Well, you know, the king of toxic masculinity in musicals and
Like
animated musicals and musicals
like
based on animated musicals is
Frollo?
no one's toxically masculine like Gaston. Well,
Oh,
Frollo's pretty
okay,
high
okay,
up there
okay.
too, but Gaston is like funnier
Well,
because
the thing
you
with
know,
Gaston that makes him an interesting character to note too is that everyone is behind Gaston in the town in the
yeah,
town. Like it's not
yep.
even that it's get like they are like I've seen it pointed out that it's not that. Hold up, I'm just gonna boil some water. But like I saw it pointed out recently that it's not that Gaston's playing the whole town. It's that the town is boosting him.
Yep.
The town wants him to be their hero, and they are the ones boosting his ego.
And they just feed into it and end up
Yes,
turning
yes,
him
he's
into a
not a great
monster.
person to begin with, but like they have straight up and they have actively enabled Gaston as a person. They
Yep.
want to enable Gaston.
Because he's the favorite child of the town.
Yeah. Yep. Oh God, yes, this is the Act One. Yeah, this is the Act One ending song here. Right.
God, Gaston is like one of my favorite villain songs because it's so goofy compared to other villain songs, and I mean that in a good way.
Mm.
Like it's so upbeat and goofy, and it's just you can't forget it's a villain song until you remember, oh yeah, this guy's got
Yep.
a huge ego, and this is just boosting his
Right.
ego.
I'm just laughing at like this
And
musical number
obviously, the
here.
best villain song in any Disney movie is still Hellfire. Well,
Yep.
honestly, I'd say it's a tie between Hellfire and Be Prepared.
Yep.
And as a dark horse candidate, I'd like to throw in Shiny from Moana because even though Tamatoa isn't the main villain, he's just in there for one scene, and then later in the credits he shows up still flipped over on his back. He's so damn fun to watch, and like Jermaine Clement just has so much fun voicing him
It is
that
yeah, it is a fun number, yes, and they got Jermaine and it's Jermaine Clement, so
like really, I think one of the reasons Moana worked, even though it didn't have like a traditional villain, because Te Kā is actually Te Po just with her heart removed.
yes.
You know, like I
And I
think
mean, you
that's
could
it.
kind
There
of
was
saw
no
that coming. You could see that coming before the reveal.
yeah. Yeah, it's like yeah, it's like it's not a twist. Like instead of having a twist villain, like it's a Disney movie where like the twist is the
Mm-hmm.
villain is actually not evil.
Yep.
You know, and that's like something that
Mm-hmm.
just other they kind of ran twist villains into the ground because they are never going to make another Turbo.
Mm-hmm. Let's
They will
see.
never make another
Yep.
Turbo.
Oh, what's a good? Yeah, I'm listening to the soundtrack. Like another great thing that in this one is when they get to a whole new world in Act Two and do their parody of that. That one is based on the idea of they're kind of playing off the subliminal messaging joke there with that one.
Yeah,
So the name of the song, with the whole idea of like, the name of the song is "Take Off Your Clothes."
like the old myth that he says that when he's saying "Good kitty, take off and go now" in the movie.
Yeah, yeah, because he's just constantly just trying to like whispering that in his ear into her ear to try and get her to take off her clothes. And God, yeah, again, like just a lot of these bits here, like it's great. Like when you listen to some of these things in here, it's like just just the musical and lyrical references to like Wicked and stuff like that. And like it's that classic act one number right now where they're taking like all the songs and doing the medley.
Yep.
And it's just great, like just about and singing about like yeah, like Jafar wanting the happy ending, Aladdin wanting the happy ending, but with a completely different context.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, here's the Prince Ahmed song from like the opening for Act
Prince
Two.
Ahmed. Oh, sorry. I decided to do a Prince Ali riff.
Yeah, the song is called "No One Remembers Ahmed."
It's like God, I can't wait for Wicked Part 2. Like, it's gonna
God,
be good.
that I still can't believe how good Part One was. Like I
Yeah,
was,
like
you never know with musicals.
yeah, like obviously everyone still remembers how much of a disaster the Cats movie, the version, the
Forget
movie
Cats. How did
version
they
of
give
Cats
Tom
was.
Hooper another musical after Les Mis?
Yeah,
Like he had some great performances in Les Mis, but The best parts of Les Mis were despite Tom Hooper, not because of him.
Yeah.
And it's just a case of you
Even
can't get a bad performance out of Anne Hathaway.
yeah.
The
Or
woman
Hugh
is
Jackman,
genius.
really.
I saw a clip from like Kelly Clarkson's daytime show there, where they had probably an older clip where they had like Anne Hathaway on, and there was they were doing a sing off, I guess. Like that was the whole bit, was that they were doing a sing off in terms of like, whoever chimes in first, like, with the band and starts singing the song, keep wins the round. And she kept beating Kelly Clarkson in terms of that. So then it turned into, it's like Kelly, because Kelly had a moment of like, okay, make it something I know, and it was which one was it? I'm trying to remember. And the band starts up, and it's one of her songs. I'm trying to remember. Oh, the band starts up with the first few notes of like for the chorus of "Since You've Been Gone," and Anne starts in before like Kelly clocked it. She beat her to her own song.
Wow.
And it was just like, she's just like, oh my god, like at that point, like she's just like on the ground in the sense, it's like, I have lost this sort of thing there. And she's like, how did you beat me to this? And then like Anne Hathaway's like, how do you not? How did you not? It's like, everyone knows this song. Like the whole, like, we all listen to this so many times. All right, let's see, making more tea. Yeah, it was pretty good though. But let's see.
Honestly, the worst part of the Les Mis movie is that they cast a guy who can't sing as like the guy who gets my favorite song in the musical.
Sorry, for which movie?
Les Mis, the movie, Les Mis. They
Uh,
cast a guy who can't sing as Javert.
but no, he can sing. Cause yeah, the Javert was who?
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe's done musical theater, hasn't he?
I guess he was just miscast as Javert then. Like they didn't cast like a guy that was
Yeah,
like
I
his
think
register.
Russell Crowe's done musical theater. I think it's just that like they had a crap director.
Yeah. That sucks. Then I've
Like the
been
thing
blaming
that
the wrong
the
guy.
thing that was hard when they did Les Mis, which sounds great in concept, but there's a reason
That they
they
recorded
generally
them
don't
singing
do
on.
this, is that they use the
Yeah.
live performances of the actors for the music,
Yep.
as
Which
opposed to using
doesn't really
backing
work.
as opposed to using pre-recorded
Yeah.
backing tracks.
Yep.
They used they just mic'd up everyone and used the live performances, and
Sounds like a cool idea, but it's just not practical.
yeah, and it works for some numbers. Don't get me wrong. Like Anne Hathaway made it work.
Yeah.
Like
And
her
like
and
Hugh Jackman,
what's her,
who's
like her and what's her name? The actress who did Eponine. I should know that because she has been in like she's done Les Mis like in theater as well too, I think. So like the one who did Eponine, because her rendition of On My Own was like crazy good.
yeah.
Like
Otherwise,
again, like they had the seasoned like musical actors who can sing like were the best parts of that movie. The ones who
yep.
don't need a director to be able to like knock it out of the park
Hugh
because they're just
Jackman
that
too,
good.
honestly.
Sorry?
Hugh Jackman too, honestly. He's a
I
good
mean,
singer.
Hugh Jackman is like, again, musical theater background.
Yeah.
God, I'm just listening to the bit there, like with it's like the lyrics. It's like, I don't know why or how, but I'm tempted to take off my clothes with you. Just the lyric, just this whole new world parody. God. Let's see. Yeah, it's what else? Yeah, this is coming along. I am. I gotta say, when I'm doing like stuff like this, I generally find myself kind of I'm so glad that I got some like tips years ago on like in terms of her line thickness, because generally with my stuff I'm not a big fan of it until I start playing with line thickness.
Hmm?
Like just it just makes a big difference when you're just varying line thickness on stuff.
Yeah.
And actually I'm seeing some. I want to make another adjustment on the other one there too. I'm looking at it, so but we'll do that in a. Actually no, let's do that right now. I
Yeah,
want
going
to.
back to like the Owl House, it's kind of weird that even though I would have loved the show to run on longer, I think like the one good thing that came out of Disney giving it the axe early is they ended up retooling Bellows into a much better villain.
Mm. I'm glad Amphibia got its full run. The thing too with the Owl House is I
Yeah.
look at the Owl House as a show that when I watched Amphibia season 3 and then watched the Owl House like the movies there, and you watch like the montage for instance in the first one, it's very much oh, we could have gotten this because Amphibia season 3 essentially did the same thing, but they had an actual season
Yep.
to do it
Yep.
because they spent like the first third of the season in the human world.
Yeah, I know. I watched it.
Hmm. And those were good episodes.
Yeah. I don't feel safe. Just had to bring up my favorite Hop Pop quote. Amphibia, the Owl House, and Gravity Falls are like three of my favorite cartoons ever.
I mean, they're both
I feel
good,
like
yeah.
villains. I mean, all three: Amphibia, the Owl House, and Gravity Falls.
Hmm.
I feel like Gravity Falls, like the big bad, is just a guy who's evil, but he's also goofy as hell. So
Yep.
he's just really fun to watch. And
Right.
then the big bad of Amphibia, or the guy you think is the big bad, is like a guy you think, oh, he's a scumbag, and then you find out, oh, his dad was terrible, his
Yep.
ancestors were terrible, and he just wants his friends back. Andrew.
Yeah.
And then the big bad of the Owl House is literally the worst of all three of them.
Yep.
I don't mean worst as in like worst written. I mean he's like the
Yeah.
most
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
horrifyingly evil.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say Bellos is the best written of the three of them.
And meanwhile,
And again,
we're into the showstopper in Act Two of Twisted. There, the title musical number, where all the Disney villains make cameos.
I don't think you could make Bellos into like a good guy, no matter how much you twisted him around.
I mean,
Of
like
course, Bellos
they
is a
did,
good
like they
guy.
bring in Ursula, like it's great. They bring in Ursula first, and it's like they're reframing all the stories from like the villain points of view, sort of thing. There, in terms of like making them sympathetic figures, like that's the whole joke of the number.
Yeah,
Like they do
I know.
Ursula, they do a bit with Gaston, they do a bit with Scar.
I mean, to be fair, in Ursula's case, she does have one redeeming trait. She loves her eels.
Oh, here comes the Scar
That's
bit.
already
And it's great too because for the costuming, they do the costuming based on the Lion King musical.
the musical. Yeah, I think I've seen this. Yeah, like it's like obviously the joke is Scar and the actual original is like terrible and pure evil, but I do think Ursula you could actually retool her into a sympathetic character
Oh,
convincingly
they're
because
reframing it. They reframe Scar as like you're like wanting like equality, like among like for the hyenas and
yeah,
lions.
I mean like how people who like make disingenuous takes ignore that Scar's supposed to be like Lion Hitler. Well, I know that's like the joke in this, but
Hmm.
like in the actual movie,
Yeah.
like Scar didn't want equality. He just saw the hyenas as useful
Oh
idiots.
yes, in the movie, yes, 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 obviously. And then they get into like
Scar's like
the Gaston bit, plays into the whole Stockholm syndrome joke,
yeah,
where
which
it's
is
like
a
obviously
misread of the
there's
movie
something
that
unhealthy going on there.
but it's a misread of the movie that admittedly is kind of personal like berserk button for me just because no, Bell didn't go in there trying to change the beast. The beast
Yeah.
he didn't want anything to do with him until the beast like changed on his own.
Hmm. I love the
Like
bit
there's a
a
lot
castle
of
filled with demonic furniture.
to be fair, Gaston probably would think that if he like
No, but the best part is it's not wrong. It's I like just how they're twisted takes, but they're not necessarily wrong. Like they are reads you could make of the material, and that's the
yeah,
whole joke they're going
that's the
into.
whole joke. What's Ursula's take? That
Oh,
she's
hers
trying
is
to
it's
like
like that like her crown was taken, like and she was trying to get back what was hers, sort of thing.
actually vibe. I can actually see that actually be
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
if
yeah.
I actually made like a version of the Little Mermaid with Ursula as like the protagonist, that would actually be the angle I'd go with, and I also lean hard into
Hmm.
yeah, she loves her eels.
Yeah.
Because that is like the big thing that
Right.
keeps her from being
Oh
totally
yeah,
evil.
that's
That
right. That whole
she,
scene, yes, where she just flips.
yep, that scene terrified me as a
Yep.
kid, but now I just feel bad for Ursula because she just lost her babies.
Yeah. And then
Like
God,
Ursula
I
used to
love I
terrify me
love
as
the punchline on the whole bit where they're doing the whole montage of the villains. It's coming up.
like
It's
it's
coming
funny.
up. It's coming up. Like where it's like just yeah, here we come, here it goes. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, it's even better in the actual recording of it there. Because the punchline there, since you were not listening to this, there, Stravis, is Cruella. I only wish I had a coat made out of puppies. And in the actual it's downplayed in the actual cast recording, but in the actual like stage production, everyone stops and just looks at her and starts going, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
I mean, yeah, wouldn't you if someone said
It's
that?
just great because you got all these villains who are all doing the sob story versions and stuff, and then they all stop. And it's like, no, no, this is wrong. What the hell,
Yeah.
man? What the hell, man?
I mean, again, Ursula's a pet mom, so you know. Like, I'm not even being ironic when I describe her as like the kind of character who would like call her eels her
Hmm.
babies. Like,
Oh
she
yeah.
is the kind of pet owner who would literally call her eels her slime babies.
Oh yes. And then of course we flash forward to how Disney actually did a Cruella sob story film.
Yeah. Because Dalmatians killed my mom, okay?
Yeah.
God, that was stupid.
And then of
Like
course we get,
Maleficent, you
and then of
can.
course don't get me wrong. The thing is too is they did like live action Cruella with Glenn Close, and they did her well,
Yeah, Glenn Close was a great Cruella, but she
and
was
she
allowed to
leaned
be
into it.
evil.
Yeah,
She leaned into being like a cartoonishly evil psycho.
she had fun with that role.
Yeah. Honestly, I think she was more fun in the live action 101 Dalmatians than she was in the original movie because Glenn Close was just having so much fun as her.
Yeah.
Like she
Bit,
was like in the original movie, like mostly comic relief evil came from Horace and Jasper, but in like the
yes.
remake, she was.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like there's that for Cruella, but like there's also and then of course I honestly love the take that Once Upon a Time did on Cruella. If we're bringing up like other like stuff, because Once Upon a Time is the show that is probably like best known for like all the revisionist history they did on like villains and like making them
Yeah,
sympathetic characters.
and
The
also making
one they
Peter
did
Pan
not
like
do that on
bastard.
was Cruella.
You can't really spin wanting to make puppies into a fur coat into.
Oh, the way they did Cruella was great because they were like we're like, oh, we're gonna bring in, what was it, Ursula, Cruella, and I'm trying to remember who the other
Maleficent,
one.
I
I
think.
think they brought Maleficent back. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But they were like, because Maleficent was like in the first season, but it's like they brought them back there, and but they brought them in as like, oh, like new trio villains for like the back half of the season sort of thing. And the thing with Cruella there, and it's like with Ursula, they gave her like with a lot of the villains, they generally gave them like stories that were very much and their motivations essentially was to get like better endings to their stories, and just the whole, and because by then the show was starting to delve into, well, who wrote the fairy tales anyway, and who
Yeah.
decided who's a hero and who's a villain, and they were starting to play with that concept.
Mm.
So like they brought in like the character of like the author, who was like the person who actually wrote the storybook. Um, but like they go into into backstory stuff with regards to Cruella, and they're doing the whole thing where it's like, because it was like the author who like first encountered her and stuff, and it's like, and she had initially, she's got like the whole sob story of, it's like, oh, she's got like cruel parents that have locked her away in their home and all that sort of stuff there, and she manages to make a sympathetic case to him and everything like that, and he helps her sneak out, like writes in the ability to like control animals, like writes that into the story and all that sort of stuff there. And it's only after that that he then learns that, what, Krilla's actually a sociopath, and she has and her parents kept her locked up to keep people safe from her.
Yeah, I watched this show years ago. I think I remember this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then she like, and then it's like, yeah, like she like sicks the dogs on her parents. Like she takes control of the dogs and like has the dogs like kill her parents. Yeah, like Once Upon a Time, it's like it gets its criticisms and stuff, but when you consider what that show is doing, that they took a network TV budget and they did 20 some episodes of uneven content, unambiguously uneven content, but entertaining content.
Yeah.
That's
Honestly, I
not
think
easy to do.
I
And
think
then
it
they
was
even
honestly
went, and
better.
then they even had the ambition to go after seven, however many seasons, when a lot of the cast were starting to want to move on to other things and stuff, and Disney wanted to see, can we keep this thing going?
Yeah,
And they made us go at it, and it didn't go very well as a go, but it was a good effort. Just the whole thing
they
of let's
tried.
see if we can transpose this bring in a bunch of new characters and transpose it, and still have some returning characters, but they're in different roles and stuff like that, and just reboot the
Yeah,
concept without needing that reliance on continuity. And then when
yeah,
they knew they were getting canceled, they took the opportunity to wrap up a bunch of the plot threads from some of the outstanding plot threads from the original series.
yep.
The thing I did not expect them to do at all was to explain why the world didn't have magic. And they came up with a pretty good explanation for it, honestly.
Yeah, I had checked out of the show by then, so
Yeah, no, this was in the last season there. Yeah, the world without magic was because the fact they tied it into, I think they tied it into Mother Gothel, if memory serves, and just the idea that magic had been destroyed centuries before
mm,
in the world, and they tied it in the Gothel's backstory. And then in the season finale, they actually brought, and they even did stuff they would remember deep pulls. Were you still watching when they did the whole parallel universe?
no.
Because there was a season finale where they did a parallel universe where the curse had never been cast,
Mm,
and they end up having to go there and get characters out of there and stuff. It was it was made from a wish or whatever, the parallel universe, and escape out of that and get back to the real reality there. But they remembered that this universe technically still exists,
mm,
and there are versions of characters from that universe that still exist. For instance, they brought up the fact they took advantage of that and went oh hey, the Captain Hook that we have in this season there is not the one from the show, it's the one from the AU. Because that way the one from the show can
mm,
have his happy ending.
yeah,
But we can still keep the character in the show by using the AU version of Hook. And then of course they did the whole thing with Rumpelstiltskin there where it's again, he got a happy ending in the main thing and they brought him back in the cast and it's okay, well what's the story with him? Because he's not a villain anymore in this
yeah,
new show, in the last season, and they showed us what happened to him, and it was full on. He got his happy ending with Belle. They lived happily ever after,
yep.
except. And then we got a montage of their life together with music which sounded suspiciously. This should put you in the right frame. With music that sounded suspiciously like the montage from Up.
Oh yeah, because he's immortal.
Yes. So she dies of old age. He does
Yep.
not change. And he doesn't even really notice because it's just because the years all just all blend together, and he doesn't really realize it until suddenly she's dying of old age sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then he decides his resolution then is he wants to die. He
Yep.
wants to find a way to die because it's just because he's immortal.
Yeah.
So that's kind of his main motivation for why he comes back into the story at that point. I mean, it's a good motive for a character there, especially for
Yeah.
an
He
immortal.
wants to be together in death. With the
Yes.
woman he loved.
Mm-hmm.
The one he loved.
Précisément, mon ami. Oh, and that soundtrack's done now too. What do I do next? Oh, did I just close iTunes? I did. Is this gonna slow down my computer? It might. Bear with me.
Yeah, I think another really good punchline for Twisted would have been instead of Cruella, Cruella works too, but imagine if the last villain that was the punchline was Frollo and he just said he wanted to sleep with a Roma
Yeah.
and she didn't want anything to do with him because he's a
Hmm.
creepy old man. and they'd just be like, "Oh, dude," Gaston probably would be like, well, I guess Gaston would like totally
Yeah.
understand Frola, but you know.
hmm Hold up, I might have a disruption here because I accidentally closed iTunes, and that tends to muck up a lot of my stuff there when I do. In terms of
Uh-oh.
yeah, so give me a sec. That tends to muck up my desktop.
Hmm.
Like I can already tell, like stuff is already like slow. Yeah, stuff is already slowing down on my desktop, and I can tell like that.
Uh-oh.
That's. I don't think it'll kill the stream, but like the stream's still going. But if we're going slow, that's why. I need to wait for this to
Yeah.
restart because my computer can be dumb sometimes with regards to processes.
Look at mine. All my computers have been pretty dumb sometimes. And I use laptops. I don't think you use a desktops.
Well, I'm using two machines right now because I'm using my tablet as well. So
Yeah, there.
like I am
I'm using
just
my phone right now for the voice chat.
right. And yeah, apologies if it's having issues with the actual stream video right now.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I full on did not intend to close that down, and I think I hit the close button by mistake, and that is going to have
Well, that happened.
consequences. Okay, I need a command line actually. If I can do a task kill, that will. Hold up. What's opening up right now?
Use Linux, Microsoft, or Apple.
Oh, it's a Windows machine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, like task manager becomes fairly unresponsive, so I'm gonna have to use an actual command line
Yeah.
to kill stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll just have to kill the process. Like if I kill the iTunes process, I'm good. Because it's probably just it's hanging right now because it's not able to properly close because there's like some services that are hooked into it that are reading info off of iTunes.
Yep.
Like I know it's one of those things. Like, I know exactly what the problem is, and like case in point, like I'm just looking at the stream preview and you're barely seeing any. I don't even know if it's doing audio properly or what. Like it looks like the stream's still going, but I have no idea how the quality is right now.
Yeah.
I just
I
need
wouldn't know
to.
because I have the stream muted, so you know.
Okay. I mean, if the video is still going, then okay.
Yeah, it's going.
Okay. Yeah, just like my stream preview is like not working properly. I'm just. Okay, let's see if I can get this open.
You should put the technical difficulties symbol up there.
I need a
So,
good technical difficulties thing, like a good image for that or something like that, like something that kind of like like the gentle Ben thing for like from The Simpsons.
yeah.
No, Ben, no. God, that whole bit.
I was like maybe draw Eggman like yelling at Sonic and his friends for smashing up a computer. Since you're Eggman.
I'd probably do something with myself or something with my own like sonar or something like that. But yeah, if stuff is lagging right now, my apologies. I am just impatiently waiting for the. Yeah, I'm not. I guess I can still draw while I'm doing this. So I'm just waiting for the command line process to actually start so that I can do stuff. But I guess it's not gating my main drawing tablet. I can still draw on this until. Yeah, we'll keep drawing until like the process dies. I guess. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. I
I'll
can
be
still
right
keep
back.
drawing. No worries.
I'll be right back.
Yes, we'll get some music back up as soon as I can. In the meantime, we are going to keep drawing and. Hmm. At least the actual stream still seems to be working. I think it's just my actual audio, my actual PNG tuber is kind of like getting throttled right now. And again, I'm unsurprised by that. So apologies there. Because yeah, right now it's. How is it still not launched the command line process? What the hell? Let's try this again. Trying to get a stupid command line going. Yeah, at least we can still draw. Oh, no, I don't care about what the hell. No, I don't care about like stuff edge. I don't care. I don't want your stupid AI stuff. I don't want your stupid I just want to type CMD and get a friggin' command line. How hard is that? Very hard apparently. Apparently that's not actually doable. What the heck? CMD, give me a freaking command line, Windows. Stop being useless, you operating system.
God, I remember last year, like, I didn't want to watch the debate between Kamala
There we
and
go.
the other guy. Because I
Command
was worried
prompt.
she'd embarrass herself at the debate, but then I heard my parents laughing. I'm like, oh, he's definitely making a fool out of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were watching it and they were kind of worried she wouldn't do well, but,
Right.
you know, the idiot made a.
Are the
They're
closing
eating
stuff
the
done eventually?
dogs! And basically, when I heard my parents were laughing, I'm like, oh man, I'm missing out on something really funny, aren't I? On him embarrassing himself on live TV.
Yeah, but it didn't matter in the end. That's the problem.
Yep, I know. You know, like my parents and I were like, oh, he's lost after that, and then nope.
Oh, okay. iTunes did
I,
restart, I think.
I still have my theory that Elon did some things behind the scenes, like with the polling machines or something, like either Elon or Russia or someone.
Okay, how do I get the, why is it a mini player? I don't want an iTunes mini player. I want the, let's just kill the process and just restart it. That'll work. Maybe I accidentally put it in mini player and that broke everything. I don't know, but anyway, stuff is good now. I just need to finish restarting iTunes and we are good to go. All right, so let's keep going with this art.
I kind of want to go off on a tangent here. Like, as a lifelong Pokemon fan, I've been playing since Gen 1.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing since Gen 1, and honestly, I think Pokemon peak didn't start in Gen 3 is definitely one of the peaks. I love, like, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Fire and Leaf Green are okay. They're okay remakes, but Heart Gold
Okay.
and Soul Silver and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are both better remakes. I mean, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had the benefit of being based on the best games up until Black and White, Ruby and Sapphire, so.
Right.
Like, I mean, Heart Gold and Gold and Silver are good too. It's just, I don't know, I didn't vibe with Hone as much as other people did. People, like, complain about modern Pokemon, I'm like, this is kind of how I feel about, like, I actually appreciate that despite the issues the franchise has been facing in the mainline series, not so much in the Legends. The Legends series has been doing pretty damn. The Legends sub series has been doing pretty damn good. Like Legends EA looks great. I'm just not gonna get it day one because I'm waiting until I get a Switch 2 in case it runs like crap on the Switch 1 like Scarlet and Violet does. Because Scarlet and Violet actually works
Right.
well on the Switch 2.
Yeah, I do not have a.
You know, I don't want to.
I do not have a Switch 2, so it's like yes, that I would I would probably want and see how it runs on that thing on the Switch one as well.
Also, I kind
Yeah.
of really like how. Aside, I don't really like Mega Dragonite, but the other Mega Evolutions so far that have been revealed are pretty awesome. Like Mega Malamar, like
I
the
don't know. I like
tentacles of
Mega
its
Dragonite
squid head
myself.
kind of gel together look like a. See, I just don't like Dragonite. It's Mega Dragonite's a perfectly good Mega design. It's just a Pokemon I dislike, and there were Dragon types that I felt should have gotten a Mega
I've
instead.
always liked
Hydreigon.
Dragonite, like in terms of just it's just a very like kid-friendly design. It's just a derpy.
Like
It's just your
Dragonite's not a bad
derpy
design, but
like
I don't
Pete's
like.
Dry. It's your derpy like like Saturday morning cartoon dragon.
Like honestly, I don't think I disliked Dragonite before like it turned out that oh it's getting a Mega, but Hydreigon isn't, and I was kind of annoyed because Hydreigon's my favorite Dragon type.
Hmm.
And Hydreigon actually needs a Mega, while Dragonite is still actually really good and competitive because multi-scale, extreme speed. It's actually better in Gen 9 than it's ever been because it can just Terrasilize into a normal type and just wreck
Okay.
everything that isn't Ghost or Steel.
Yeah,
So,
Dragonite.
Dragonite doesn't
I
need
still think of just how
a
good
Mega
Hyper Beam
Evolution.
is as an ability.
Hydreigon was great back in its debut generation, but ever since the Fairy type,
Hmm.
Hyper Beam was good in Gen 1, where if you knocked out an opponent with it, like, it wouldn't have recharge, but that was a glitch, and in Gen 2 onward, even if you knock out an opponent with Hyper Beam, it's still gonna take a turn to recharge.
Yep. God, I
There's
mean, like,
better normal type moves, and Dragonite,
I don't know. I don't mind
unfortunately,
how
physical
OP
special
Dragonite
split,
was.
Dragonite being more of a physical type.
Dragonite being OP made that boss fight with Lance that much harder. Like just that, like that gauntlet in the in Pokemon Red Blue
I don't
there
mind
of
Dragonite being OP then. I mind it being OP and getting a Mega Evolution when there were Dragon types that actually need a Mega Evolution
hmm.
to be relevant again.
Yeah,
And one of
I'm
them
just saying
is
though, I do
Hydreigon, which
love
is
with
one of my
Dragonite
most
though
favorite
just
Dragon types.
how OP Dragonite is from a standpoint of yeah, like Dragonite gets hyper like I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like I think back to when I first played Pokemon Blue and how annoyingly hard like that gauntlet of difficulty was. Because yeah, you're up
Aside from
in.
Bruno, like fighting type Elite Four, he was easy.
Oh well, the thing is, you could use a.
Bruno was easy.
No,
Just
no,
fighting was
no. It wasn't like they weren't the problem because if you went in with items, you were fine. You were generally fine. It was that gauntlet that first time I went through with the Elite Four and having to deal with the rival right after because the game doesn't really give you that
yeah.
much. Like if I'm trying to remember like if it let you save. Right, you couldn't save during the Elite Four. I don't think in the original. I'm trying to remember now.
Nope. I don't believe you could.
Yeah, no, I don't think you could. Right, because that's before they had the like you need to use PCs to save, right? In the original, I don't. Yeah, right. In the
No, in
original, you
Gen 1
didn't
you could
have like
save any.
save
No, in
everywhere
Gen 1.
in Gen One.
No, the original you could save anywhere.
Okay, maybe
I
you did. I'm
remember you had
trying to
being able
remember
to
now.
save everywhere in Gen 1. Yeah.
But I just seem to remember that
The
fight
only
being.
games where you couldn't save. Oh,
I
go ahead.
just seem to remember how hard that initial fight with Lance was in the original.
And then he becomes a fucking joke in Gold and Silver, where he's the quote unquote champion, but Red is the real champion there. So
I mean, yeah, I mean it's because Red has become a mountain hermit. Like I do
yeah.
not. I have a low opinion of Red. I have a low opinion
So do
of
I.
Red. I have a low opinion of Red as a character because Blue learned. Blue had to go through character
Yep.
growth.
Yep.
Like Blue learned humility and proceeded to actually become like a genuine force for good and contribute to the Pokemon world. Red became a hermit who lives in a
Yep.
cave. And that's canon.
Yep. He's just really boring in the actual games. Well, I
And
like
they
how
made it
Sun and Moon, like when he
and
came
they
back,
kept him a
like
silent protagonist whenever he came back.
I liked it in Sun and Moon where like Blue was able to bounce off of that. But again, that's a testament to
Yes.
Blue being a good character.
Yes, that as you said, it's entirely that. Well, that's just because Blue is well written character.
All written for the time by Pokemon standards back when the game came out, but
Hmm.
back when Gen 1 and we didn't have like Black and White and Sun and Moon to compare it to, because those games have like the best writing in Pokemon.
Yep. Yeah, like I
I
really
will
like
say,
Blue's
like,
character arc. Yeah.
he's like one of my favorite. Like, I think like part of the reason they veered away from Jerk Rivals is because they really overdid it with Gold and Silver, because Silver was just kind of an asshole to an extent that, yeah, he wasn't fun. He was just kind of a dick until he finally snapped out of it.
Yeah, Silver was
He
just
wasn't
like
even funny like
Silver was
Blue
a dick for
was.
no reason. Yeah, you're not wrong. Silver was
I mean,
just
to be
like
fair, his reason was he was abandoned as a kid. His dad
yes,
ran
as I
out on
said,
him. He
yeah,
doesn't know
his
where the heck
reasoning
to
was
find.
daddy issues. Yes, but it took ancillary lore to
Yeah.
learn that. That was not in the games itself.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like the other thing is like it's the same reason Cyrus feels less sympathetic now than he did because like yeah, back when Diamond and Pearl came out, oh, he had bad parents, that's why he wants to destroy the universe. Felt like yeah, I can kind of see that him wanting to destroy the universe and remake it without emotion, like if he had really
Hmm.
bad parents. And then literally the generation after, we got N, who had the worst father in the series. His father is the worst excuse for a human being in the franchise. Gets this. Like, friggin' gets
Right.
this. Like, that guy is just pure evil.
I was gonna say
People
as
say,
well.
oh,
Then
Volo from Legend.
I was gonna say as well. Then when you get like stuff with regards to like like issues with regards to parent figures, I think that one of the ones that's best communicated in the actual games themselves is your boy.
Yep, Guzma. And,
Yeah,
of course, Lusamine in the original Sun and Moon. Like, she's a really terrifying portrayal. She's actually
I
super.
legitimately had problems with those changes to Lusamine in like when they did that.
So did
I
I. Like,
I took issue with that because
I
like
will say, like,
the whole point of her character was she was a horrible mother.
yeah. I will say that at least in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, it's an alternate universe instead of, like, Black 2 and White 2 saying, oh, guess this isn't really N's father. And making that, like, the canon when
Oh, they
it
did
was
that?
pretty much obvious. Yeah, Black and White 2 said, "Oh, Getsus, we don't know who N's real parents are. It's probably not Getsus." And I'm just like, that's why people don't really say, that's why people don't seem to take Getsus as seriously as they used to. Like, people are like, "Oh, well, if he's not really N's dad, that doesn't make him as bad." I'm like, bullcrap. Adopted parents
I
are
don't think it
abusive, just
matters
as
'cause if
bad
he
as their
raised him,
birth.
he's still the dad.
Yep, that's the thing. And people act like it does matter because, oh, then maybe N has real parents
Hmm.
after 11. I'm like, Getsus probably either they abandoned him or Getsus probably killed them.
Yeah, I'm convinced.
Before
Like
finding N in the woods.
nature is absolutely a thing, but nurture also absolutely matters too. And that is a thing
Also,
that
like, I genuinely. Also, like, Getsus and N look so much alike that I'm pretty sure that Getsus was intended to be N's biological father, and
yep,
admittedly, the retcon does leave room that the person recounting it might not have his facts right. That,
yep,
like, I think it's two girls who like Anthea and Concordia, so, they might not have the whole facts, and they might be totally off base, and Getsus really
right,
is N's biological father, and that just raises the
right.
question of what the heck happened to his mother, which I assume Getsus pretended he was a kind, loving man, like, pretended he was a kind, loving husband, and, won over this woman. Then after she popped out the kid, he had no further use for her, and she was basically dead.
Yep.
She was basically no longer useful for him, so he just
Hmm.
had his Hydreigon kill her or something.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
to
he's
go
a
off on a
monster.
tangent here and toot my own OC horn because it's my stream, I get to do that. I get to yap about my OCs if I want. That's just
Yeah,
how we roll here. But like with some of my own OC stuff, I one of the things I do play with a few of my characters is just the nurture versus nature, and that is actually present in because like for my main for like the main OC stuff I've been working on for the last while, like fleshing out like my media project characters there, like two yeah my, like
yeah,
half the cast like does has well, actually, most of the cast has like like varying like levels of parental stuff for most of the cast, and then it's not the same. It's not the same Venn diagram. There is a Venn diagram thing. There's a lot of overlap, but it's not full overlap. And then there's also the characters that there is also a character that has no parental issues, but is also someone who but is a character who was adopted, and I made that and. Part of the point of my fleshing her out was specifically because like when I was started building her as a third character, like one of my goals was a character who doesn't have parent issues. Because you know what? I need somebody to
yeah,
counterbalance that. I don't want everybody to have like, look at my horrible childhood. Let's do a character who actually did have a good childhood,
yep,
who did have a healthy childhood, and who is actually like fairly privileged, had a very privileged, good childhood.
yeah,
And that is my OC of Night there, and where it got interesting with her and fleshing out her character and the root of a lot of the stuff I have written, the root of the stuff that has like both been good and bad from the standpoint of it's been good because it has given me stuff to bounce off of and flesh out her character. It is bad because it runs counter to my original like vision for the character as being the character who has the good backstory with no issues is that this was when did they decide this? This was like pre 2020. I think I started playing around with this character wise. for character arc stuff. I could probably actually check this because I do date all of my planning notes, just so I know roughly when I was coming up with ideas. I do put dates on all those, but so I hadn't used this character in a while. I was playing around with like bringing her back into story stuff. Like I'd written some spec short story stuff I was really liking. Just like she was one I wanted to get back in because I love her design, and I wanted to do like a rework of the design and stuff like that. Figured a way and just make her like a ball of positivity type character. And my decision back then was one of going, you know what? Representation is good in narratives. We should, I should endeavor
Yeah.
to do representation in my stories, just for characters to give them like a, just challenge myself, but also just to put, groups in the story that I wouldn't necessarily try and do.
Yeah.
That whole cognizant thing. So my approach was, I was like, you know what? Let's make her character trans, because why not? Let's do like, some positive, positive, positive like character who's brimming with positivity, who is like a character that is going to be great representation. I've got a lot of friends, I've got friends that fall into that category. Let's represent them. Let's represent, some of the best people I know through this character and have fun with it, and just have them ultimately, living their best life. Anyway, the next thing that happened was, I think probably within like the same day or whatever, I'm sure, probably within like a couple of minutes, was when I remembered, wait a minute, this character is like in the stuff I've got established with this character as I'm fleshing them out. She's from Texas,
Yep.
and you can see where we're going, and you can see my issue here because of, I pay attention to the news. And that did upend a lot of my plans with a lot of my initial plans with the character, but it also made me further want to double down as a middle finger and try and make Knight have like as positive of a background as I could write, like within those constraints. And I'm still reeling with that, like in terms of just like for dealing with the impact of that character of that decision there and making stuff work. I'm still tweaking backstory bits here and there. But one of the major things I made an absolute point of is like she absolutely still has like support, like a supportive parental figure.
Yeah.
And that I went, yeah, I'm going to write, and just going back to the whole nurture versus nature thing, which is where I was going with this. Like she is absolutely a character where I have insinuated to an extent that a lot of her she was adopted as a baby, like that but she shares like absolutely like probably like zero you know zero genetic background aside from being a human being with her father. Her father's
Yep.
like wealthy Texan with like Germanic background, and she's full-blooded Korean background. So
Yep.
completely different from an ethnic background there. But she
Yep.
absolutely takes after her father in terms of like her actual like learned behaviors and tendencies and stuff.
Yep.
And they like one of the big things being that none of them have patience for bullshit. So as characters, and that has come into play in her own
Yep.
character arc because of the fact that I have it right now in character arc stuff that there was a point there where where again like because of just rich background there was a point where inevitably it became you know my narrative ultimately is somewhat reflective reflects a little bit real life politics because it's world outside your window type stuff with some
Yep.
tweaks. And I had the whole issue of she is there is going to probably be a point where she becomes an issue because like her very existence becomes an issue because of just who she is and just
Yeah.
the actual like prominence. Because like otherwise, like I imagine, like aside from like like on gender stuff, there like where her dad is fairly forward, like he'd be a fairly standard like Republican type character.
Yeah.
Except like on like on like social issues and like acceptance and stuff, he's pretty progressive.
So he's
Uh,
Hank Hill.
yeah, I guess kinda to an extent there. I've not actually properly designed him for whatever reason. Like my stock image that I go to when I'm thinking of like just that type of character is like John Goodman.
Oh yeah.
Like characters designed after John Goodman's pre-losing weight physique. But in terms of like
Yeah.
what I tend to go for those types of characters, in terms of what I picture in my head. I don't know if I'm doing that with her father purely because I've already done that before with a character. So, but where I straight up
Yeah.
was like, okay, John, I'm just doing John Goodman with a mustache here in terms of like for the character design. But like but anyway, the general idea though was still that just the whole thing that like yeah, like for her background, that's like when all that stuff became public and stuff, she is actually part of the reason she no longer lives in Texas in the at the time of the narrative is because she is strong-willed, her father is strong-willed, and her father's reaction to all this stuff getting big was to double down and getting pissed off at like these supposed like friends and allies and stuff like that who are suddenly like have a problem with this,
Yeah.
and her going this and her looking at this and seeing that this was potentially hurting her father financially. Well, also not just I guess not just financially too. There'd probably also be the questions of would they want to make an example of him,
Yeah.
like just from a like just prominence. So she ultimately decide
Yeah.
removed herself from the equation and didn't tell him specifically why, because the fact that she knew that would just get him even angrier. That she felt that she had to do that.
Yep.
But like it's an interesting setup to do from like just a OC standpoint there. Just to write characters where it's like yeah, like they have a very much but ultimately, I make an effort to write her character as someone who like is able to like live her best life as best as she can, and her superpower is money, I suppose, because she does have a lot of money still. She has trust fund powers. She has trust fund powers. She uses her trust fund powers. She's uncomfortable with her trust fund powers because of the whole just because of the whole mindset of if there are no ethical billionaires, then like what about my family?
Mm.
And just the whole conflict with the character of okay, yes, I do all these good charitable things, but am I doing this because it's the right thing, or am I doing this just to make myself feel better?
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I have my own word of God answer for that, and my word of God answer is yes, but I suppose, because it's like, yeah, she is genuinely trying to be a good person, but like, just based on my own, you know, but I don't think that she's necessarily wrong in that concern either. So
Yeah.
it's complicated.
It is complicated.
C'est une complication. Anyway, let's see. But yes, so it's yeah, and then like with my other main OCs there in that story universe, like it's like yeah, like Midori's the one that's not that has had her birth parents, and her birth parents are very much on the yeah, no, like they've gotten more and more distant, like as I've continued writing stuff, and a lot of this is rooted in them seeing their daughter as a vessel for like her mom probably sees her daughter more as like a vessel for her like unfulfilled dreams. Because it's like in backstory, it's like yeah, like in the backstory, I've got like yeah, her mother was a was someone who was trying to become break in entertainment, become like an idol herself, and her career never really got off the ground.
Yeah.
So she wants that for her daughter,
Yep.
and is not very hands on about that. Like that's why you bring in people to run all that stuff for them, and she will delegate, but she will also very much like yeah, like it's like she probably has not actually told her daughter that she loves her because like that is not something that would occur to her. But it's like, yeah, like
Yeah.
sometimes you write. I find it weird too when I actually think about some of my OCs there in terms of like how like, oh, all these characters have messed up parents and stuff like that, because it's like, yeah, no, I have no issues with my own parents. It's like, yeah, no, I get on fine with my parents. It's like, why do I keep writing these characters with like just questionable relationships? I don't know.
Because it adds drama.
Yeah, I guess that's probably it. Really, it's more of a narrative thing than anything. But it's just kind of weird when you actually when one actually stops to think about that.
Yeah.
That's like, and it's a reminder that fiction is not necessarily reality, I suppose, and that's too. And that's like,
Yep.
yeah, no, I just write characters that I find interesting. Okay, so let's see. No, I didn't do that well enough. Let's try this again. Hmm. Yeah, I take it very seriously. Just trying to make my end of the day, like, I know that hopefully, like by the end of my narratives and stuff, like my characters are happy and living good, fulfilling lives. And
Yep.
they might have issue. There's baggage that they're never gonna fully unpack. And honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, like two of the two of my characters who need therapy probably aren't actually getting it, and probably have not acknowledged that they need therapy, which sucks. But
Yep.
like the other one actually is getting therapy, and it's helping, but it's one of those things where it's like, the main thing that's done for her, if anything, has just helped her recognize issues, but it hasn't actually really helped her overcome them, because that's the hard part.
Yep.
Yeah, it's OC stuff is always great though. I mean, you know that firsthand.
Yeah.
Like, you just love your Blorbos, and you would do anything for your fictional characters to just be great.
Yep.
Actually,
Anyway,
I'll give you the floor if you want to go on
what was
about like some of your own characters for a minute there while I'm sketching.
I was about to go on about Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like people say like Pokemon went downhill with X and Y. I'm like, no, I think X and Y and Sun and Moon were part of the Golden Age, and Sun and Moon was like the peak of the Golden Age, and then Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon was kind of where the decline started, but it was still pretty good. And the Switch era was just
Hmm.
Switch era, aside from the Legend series, has been just really scattershot and quality. Like the Legend stuff has been good. The Sword and Shield was okay. Scarlet and Violet would be good if it like ran well, and apparently it does run well on Switch 2. So maybe when I get
Yeah.
Switch 2, I'll reevaluate it. But
Mm-hmm.
it also doesn't have it also doesn't have one of my favorite Pokemon. So I mean, it has one of my favorite top two favorite Pokemon, but it doesn't have both of them, which is
That's Pokemon
pain.
for you though.
At least since Generation 8. Before that, you could always like, even though Sun and Moon didn't have a full national dex, as in the Pokedex, you could transfer all Pokemon from
Yes.
previous games into it.
Yes. But I mean, that was not new for that was kind of the standard for Pokemon games at the time though, that you could just transfer
Yeah,
Pokemon from previous games into it, and like they would generally like, not do all the Pokemon in that game. That wasn't new. But the game would support them,
and
and that was more reward for
you can still
long-term players,
transfer
I think.
you can still transfer Pokemon that are in Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield into them from older games. So
Yeah, yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, yeah, if the game supports them, yes, but it's the issue, like, but traditionally, Pokemon games had no issues with that, because that was before they did their big graphical upgrades that, caused them to have to, put limits.
plus that it was a graphical upgrade more that like when they were trying to import the models from the 3DS into like Sword and Shield's engine, something went spectacularly wrong and they weren't able to get them all running in time before Sword and Shield launched.
And yeah,
Like that's what I've
development stuff
heard like
happens.
behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield, like I think part of the reason they're both the way they are is they both got blindsided by some big like unforeseen circumstances during development. Like Sword and Shield, it was the models not working in Sword and Shield's engine, so they had to like fix as many as they could before launch and choose which ones would get in.
Yep.
And Scarlet and Violet, it's well, a few things. Well, one, COVID. Now, COVID didn't derail Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus turned out all right.
Hmm.
But the other thing that really derailed, this is like speculation, but it seems to be like possibly a thing. You know, like it used to be a theory that no one really took seriously that Scarlet and Violet was too much for the Switch 1 to handle, but then the Switch 2 came out and Scarlet and Violet runs perfectly on there.
Hmm.
And there's a theory going around that Scarlet and Violet was originally intended for release on a Switch Pro, like rumored
Yes.
Switch Pro that never happened.
Hmm.
You know, we got the Switch OLED because presumably because pandemic supply chain pandemic, you know, during the pandemic supply chains for the stuff Nintendo needed to make the Switch Pro and the Switch 2 were interrupted, and they chose to save that stuff for the Switch 2 because it was only going to launch like 3 years later, and you
I
know,
don't think it was necessarily even pandemic. I think it could have also just been crypto.
that's what I was also going to get into.
You know,
Crypto bros
you shouldn't
ruined
have listened to
Pokemon.
Bill Cipher. You shouldn't have bought crypto.
You say that, and I'm a guy who actually has Bill Cipher's shirt, but I don't. I don't buy crypto.
Yes, but Bill Cipher, in his most mainstream appearance, told everyone to buy crypto.
Yeah, yeah, and The Simpsons.
Hmm.
As a riff on the buy gold thing.
Yep. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get to colors on this tonight. I might get to flats. We'll see, but realistically, I'm probably going to like. I mean, I'll finish inking this anyway. So, but I mean, I'm doing it. I mean, it's a 2 full bodies, which is more than I've done like for the. I'm kind of pushing myself in that sense because I normally don't do like full body stuff. But I might have to do a raffle at some point that's just like chibis, just because chibis are really fast for me to draw. I can do chibis fast. I mean, hell, like look at that last art fight stream there where I just rushed through getting like as many chibis done as I could. That was a fun one.
Yep.
I forget, were you there hanging out for some of that or?
I don't know. I don't know.
Cause yeah, if that's that one I was full on going like let's try and get like this. I was trying to get like a last art fight done and like, get like as many chibis in as I could, and I got like four. I got like 4 chibis in there. I still want to I still need to actually shade those at some point. Like I did get the thing done, and that was a crazy late night for me
Yeah.
because it was like I think it was like 3 a.m. when I went to bed. But because I finished the chibis and then they do the all the background effects and layouts and stuff, and yeah. But
Yep.
let's see. It was a fun one though, that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Also, yeah, I am caught up now because I was watching it. I was just watching it before stream. I am caught up on like the latest thing for Shield Hero there, and yep, it's interesting. Interesting how they've where was I going there? Like they do have a character in the current season right now who is very much like a like he's not an isekai protagonist, but he is like just like kind of like the creepy drunk guy who hits on like anything that has
Yeah.
a like anything that's not a guy.
Oh. Yeah.
And it's just like to their
That
credit,
guy who like punched.
they don't portray him in a very positive light. To their credit, like the womanizing aspect, like everyone has kind of has a problem with that.
Which show is this?
Oh, a Shield Hero season 4.
Which anime is this? Oh. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, season 4 of Shield Hero. Yeah, no, there's like a blacksmith like that they meet. That's like that was like the master of the main blacksmith NPC dude that he hangs with there. where it's like, and they run into the guy
Mm.
there, and yeah, and he is very much a skirt chaser,
Sounds
and
like
it's
the
not
kind of guy
portrayed
I'd
in a
like to
positive
punch.
light. It's like, it's just, yeah, no, like no one respects him for the skirt chasing stuff. He's very skilled, so they
Yeah.
kind of put up with him, but
Again, sounds like a guy I'd like to punch.
you know, yeah, and they've been, yeah, and it's like, and we just got another glimpse too at like what the one creepy guy's been up to, like for of the heroes,
Yep.
like in the latest episode. It's like, oh lord,
Yeah.
because he's the one who's like obsessed right now with like the like very obviously like underage like underage coded like Filolio
Yeah.
that
I
like
am
with
vaguely
Hilo.
familiar with this character, and I don't really like talking about him.
Well, I mean, like the character's not a likable one to begin with, but it's like,
I
yeah, no, it
yeah,
it makes
I
him
know
less
he's not
likable.
likable, but you know,
It makes him less likable, yes. But I mean, we shouldn't have. We got a glimpse of what he's been up to, and it's like, oh god, he's building his own flock too. Like in the sense that
yeah.
it's like we got a quick glimpse. It's like, oh god, he's got a few Filolios like under his wing now. And to be fair, he is still completely obsessed with the other one. Like it seems very clear in terms of the implication that there's nothing going on with him in these other ones, but he is still like actively just obsessing over the main one.
Hmm.
So it's not good. That's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's yeah, and they've been going into like just the the imperial politics and stuff of like their stand in for Japan and stuff there, and just role of rulers and stuff. And of course you got like Panty and Stocking,
Yep.
which I'm pretty sure Visa and Mastercard must hate
Yeah.
because the latest episode had full frontal cartoon nudity, and then, as well as like like sex. Like, and when I say full frontal
Of
cartoon
course
nudity,
it
I
did.
mean as in like
Yeah.
they're like you see everything. Like it's funny, like and it's PSG style in the sense that's like the stuff that they will do. Like this is just credit to them. Yeah, credit to just their creativity as a studio in terms of like just the types of mashups they will do on their shows. I'm not going to say much more because it's like it's a new
Yeah.
episode, but yeah, no, it is good stuff. All right, there we go. We got all the basic lines done. Let's start playing with line widths. Yeah, like God, PSG is so good, and like it is just they did. I guess I will say this: they did an entire episode, like an entire short that was entirely done as a faux foreign action film.
Yeah.
So the entire thing is subtitled with like unintelligible subtitles as well. Like it's hard subbed with subtitles that you can't actually read, and the dialogue is all again you can't actually. It's all like I don't know what language they're using for it, but it's very coded like as a yeah you're watching something that you're not necessarily supposed to be able to understand, but it's like like a high fantasy type story, and it was
Yeah.
entertaining. So just because also God, yep, Promare still has a great soundtrack.
You listen to Promare?
Yeah,
Yeah, I recommended it. Yeah, I brought it up
yeah,
and
so I put it on afterwards.
yeah. Which song is it? Like the Gallant Ones or
We are on. I
Ashes?
mean, we're on bar two twos. Sure, whatever. So, which track is this?
Hmm.
I'm just looking here. We're on track 9 right now.
Hmm. Is it Leo's theme like they burn to ashes, fade
No, it's not that
into
one that we're
gray,
on. No, 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 no. We're
return
not on
to
that
the...
one. I think we had that one already.
Oh,
And I'll still give them credit for Trigger as a studio for essentially cooking up a plot point entirely to create a pretext for just a gay kiss like at the in the third act.
a gay kiss. Yes. I was just about to say that.
Yes, like that. It was a god seeing that in the theater for the first time. Oh my god. Like my first experience with Promare was in a movie theater, like that was packed full of anime nerds who were lined up for hours.
I wish I had been able to see it in the theater.
They had it on both the upstairs and downstairs screens in that theater too, I think.
Wow.
But like no, it was like there was like a
I had to
big
see it
line,
in.
like there was a big line for Promare there. I think I kind of got like I wasn't sure if I was. I'm trying to remember if I like because I didn't get advanced tickets for it, so I had to line up. But yeah, but there was a bit of a line. Yeah, that line was pretty long, and it was a very hyped crowd, as you would expect,
Yeah,
because friggin' Promare.
literally my favorite anime movie of all time, honestly. I know
Yeah,
that's saying a lot, but it is my favorite anime movie of all time.
I mean for good reason.
And I'm including Miyazaki stuff because I love Miyazaki stuff, but Promare is just, it's part of my identity. I made that movie part of my identity.
Mm. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all had those movies that become like a major part of who we are.
Yep. The gallant ones.
Yeah. I need to remember in a server that I'm in there today, like one of these times that when everyone's doing like the usual like beginning of day like time zones greeting there because everyone's in different time zones. Yeah, so rather than saying good morning, it's just like time zones. I need to remember one of these times to like
Yeah.
just post like a thing of like Gallo and just be like time zones or time zones.
Yeah.
Like I've made the pun there with the spice, so I have done that
Yeah.
before. Cause you gotta. Let's see.
Yep.
Uh, let's turn off the backing layer so you can really get a sign of how we're going. And oh yeah, this is looking nice so far. This is gonna be nice. Actually, let's adjust this. Mm, oh, and then we'll play with line thicknesses again. Yeah, what's also got a good soundtrack like among Trigger stuff is definitely Kill a Kill, I will say.
Oh, definitely.
Or, as it would have been called in the hypothetical 4 Kids dub, Bully La Bully.
Bully.
I still
Yeah, I
remember
understood that
that whole
reference.
skit is great. Yeah, that whole skit is just genuinely fun. Yeah, I think I've probably mentioned to you if you haven't seen it before, watch Back Arrow,
Yeah, I should.
because that's probably up your alley. I mean, God, like it's like yeah, it's
Yeah.
very that main character is a fun one. And like some of the supporting characters in that show, like oh my god, I love some of the supporting characters. They're great.
Yeah.
And also, even like in the main recurring cast, I'm pretty sure they give they give like one of the main male supporting characters. They probably give him just as much in terms of like just revealing shots as like any of the girls.
Yeah.
Just in terms of just how they frame
Nice.
him, and just with his outfit and stuff like that. Like he's got like a bit of
Yeah.
a like like it's yeah. And then of course there's like the one main like tactician guy who's like great too. But and Princess Fine
Yeah.
Forte, who is like probably one of my favorite. Like just the way they handled her is great.
Mhm. Sounds fun.
Right, and then there's I'm trying to remember which character was it that had a whole chorus like for their like accompanying them a lot of the time. Right, those were like some of the guys that were like that were like running that were like the priests or whatever running the world and stuff. It's like right. Yeah, it's fun when you get stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like how like another thing I should rewatch one of these days because it's been a while is Last Exile.
Mm.
If you've ever, I don't know if you've ever seen that one. It's an older one now, but it still checks out.
Mm. Yeah.
Like I
Fun.
watched that when I was like still in university. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I still fondly think back at the time I saw Last Exile because I was visiting a friend and yeah, I was visiting a friend like for a few days or whatever there, and we binged the entire series in like 2 days. Like while I was
Nice.
like at his place. So
Yeah.
I also from like a separate visit, like yeah, it was a different visit, but because of that one visit, I have like Road to El Dorado burned into my head because of how many times we watched that movie. Because for that
It's a
friend,
good
like his
movie. I
oh,
haven't
it
seen
is,
it
yeah,
in years.
but like we watched it a lot because like his younger brother was putting it on a lot. Kind of had it like like it was one of those ones that was like it's the youngest kind of has it on loop sort of thing. So watched a lot of it there,
Yep.
and it's like, oh my god, I love that. It's still one of my favorite like animated films. It's such a
Yep.
quotable film too.
I have not seen it in years, but I want to see it again.
Mm,
You know,
yeah, and this is
one of
why I
things
need
where
to
it's
get
just
like
like it's
this is
been
why
a
I need to hit
long
like
time.
affiliate or something like that, just so that I can go then in good conscience go, okay, let's set up a Discord server and let's do like a movie night and watch Road to El Dorado.
Yeah.
I mean, I could suggest it as a movie night in other servers I'm in, but yeah, it's I think the tricky part with doing movie nights too is just time zones
Yeah.
because of like the
Yeah.
blasted like mountain time zone being not being what a lot of people are in.
Yep.
I'm debating too. That said, if I want to do like I wasn't planning on it, but if I want to do any like toy unboxing like on the weekend, like on Sunday or something like that, just because look, I've got so much stuff I want to open. I might do it. I might end up
Yep.
deciding to do a toy stream, but we'll see.
Yeah.
It's like I would love to get to that 86 Megatron. I just need to justify it, and I know what I would open with it. I just need to justify it to myself.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't know for sure what I would open with it. I was thinking about like my other plan before I like tweaked my plans further. But
Yeah.
I should have Evolve Devastator next week, and I'm really hyped for that.
Hmm.
I just need like the long haul. I just need the long haul
Oh,
hook set,
that should be good.
and that should be. At this point, I'm expecting to get the phone call any day because it's out in like out east. So that means that we will probably have it like within the week. So my tentative plan,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go ahead with it either way, honestly. But like I need to get a hold of people and just double check. But because I want to try and do Like it'll be a collab unboxing if I do it, so I need to double check, like make sure people are available and stuff. But my tentative plan is I want to try and do like a Devastator stream this coming week if I can, like next week if I can. Like just
Yep.
I still need to open that finish the third party Devastator.
Mm.
Like the Mecha Invasion one. I still have not opened the third set of that
Yeah.
because I've been waiting on more Devastator parts. And then people got bit, and then I
Yeah.
was gonna do those like months ago, and then the person I wanted to collab those with was busy, so that fell by the wayside, and I got busy with my own stuff. And and then it's like then time starts hitting, I start going, you know what, I'm just gonna wait for more Devastator parts.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I hope I can make some stuff work with like the Transformers One stuff. There's someone I'm reaching out to on that, but that's
Yeah.
gonna be entirely a scheduling thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. And I'm still waiting for my HLJ your packages ship notice. For like my big HLJ box that's gonna
Mm.
have a lot of stuff in it, but that's HLJ these days. I know, like they've. I'm curious to see how things are gonna play with their policy changes. That said,
Mm.
I don't know if you
Yeah.
paid any attention to that at all.
No.
Yes, they're changing. HLJ changing how their private warehouse and stuff works, and that they are going.
Mm.
Oh hey. Oh sorry. Which part of the tail club? Oh, I'm trying to get like a little bit of an expression in there, like in the tail. I'm trying to get. It's kind of doing a bit of like a wait what type expressions. I'm trying to like squeeze into the tail. I'll probably play with it a little bit more, but that's kind of what I'm going with on that. That I'm trying to get like a bit of an eyebrow, like bit of a faux eyebrow, like bit of a faux brow in there. I need to articulate that a little bit more better. So like something like that. So maybe do something like this. I don't know. I just want to get the whole idea of like making it look kind of like representing like a okay what. But yeah, this is how it's looking so far though. Just to zoom out and show you how this is coming along so far. This is where we're at right now. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's coming along well so far. I'm hoping to. I'm just working on like line thicknesses right now. I'm hoping I can finish up the. I'm hoping I can get the inking done tonight. I'm not gonna get. Yeah. We'll see. We will see. I will see how it comes out as we go. But first, I want to try and get inking done on this. I'm not gonna get into colors tonight. I wasn't. Yeah, like it's been pretty much just inking tonight so far. Like
Yeah.
just Sorry.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
fine.
I was just saying. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, no, I was just responding in chat there because Daikaiju, like this is like yeah, like Gloria here is like his character, so I hope this is doing her justice though. I hope I'm doing Euroc justice. Let's see, thicken some of this stuff up. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, it's probably injecting a little bit of my own style into this as it's going. Just that's just how art goes. But
Yeah.
and then it's like any
Hey.
artist where it's like what is not working with this, but that's standard artist
Yep.
uncertainty. Like I think like one thing I definitely do like with my own stuff is, like I do tend to draw my things with a little bit thicker for the line thicknesses and doing a bit more variation there. But I also it's funny because it's like I do that, but then I also like get frustrated at myself and wish I could do better like at doing like thinner line thicknesses. I just don't think my stuff is as good when I'm doing going thinner.
Hmm.
But that's just me. And I mean the
Yeah.
style works, but I think it works better for chibis. When I'm doing chibi stuff, I think it does work a little better, but not to say it's not working here. I think it's working. Hmm. Let's see, what else? Oh, okay, that's why I've got all this intersection here on this line. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, like once it's one of those things with my style. I notice like once I start actually like thickening the lines, yes, I start getting a better feel for like just the definition of how everything is worked out. In terms of
Yeah.
it's like, oh, okay, yeah, now I can see like where details are coming in and stuff. Let's see. Right, I think there's a new. I need to check it. There's a new Star Rail Direct tomorrow, isn't there? I think there is. Because I'll need to make sure I log in
Oh,
and
yeah.
get those. I'll need to make sure that I get all those gems. That's really the main
Yeah.
reason I'm concerned. I need to get all my freebies out of that. And there's still there's still weekly that I need to. Yeah, there's still a thing I need to finish there before like the reset. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're getting some definition in here now. Yeah, we're cooking, baby. Or to quote the late great Carl Weathers, now we got a stew going.
Yep.
Because Arrested Development is like one of my favorite Carl Weathers roles. I got to tell that to him too, which is kind of nuts.
Nice.
Yeah, because he was a local con. I was like, yeah, there wasn't really much of anyone in line. I was like, I was very much just straight. It's like, yeah, I'm well aware. Like, you've got all the, like, you've got the major roles there. You have like, there's Predator, there's Rocky, and I love you for that stuff. But when I think of the iconic Carl Weathers roles, for me personally, it's like, yeah, it's Happy Gilmore and yeah, it's Happy Gilmore and it is what you call it, yeah, and Arrested Development. I forget if season one of Mandalorian had dropped by then. I can't remember now. That was a number of years ago,
Mm.
but God, Carl Weathers is so good in that. He's such a. It's just a great take of just doing him as just a ridiculously thrifty person. What I think was one of those things that I seem to recall reading. I think he suggested it himself in terms of like when they asked if he wanted to do the show. I'm trying to remember now. I remember seeing some trivia on that. Because like I think he was asking, it's like, okay, so like what am I doing? What's my whole thing? And they kind of came up with that. And he just leaned into it so hard. And it's great, yes. Mm, yeah, let's see. Let's get this inking done. Or at least get it mostly done so that I can work on colors. I don't know if I'm going to stream colors on this. We will see. I've still got a lot of Genshin I want to do as well. That's the problem. I've still got like a lot of
Yeah.
progress I need to do, like in the latest Genshin for the Archon quest. So, and I'm kind of in the thing where it's like I'm liking streaming Arc. I like streaming the Archon quests when I can.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe I want. Yeah, I'll have to see. Like it was, I kind of just did like a non Genshin stream this week, mainly because I had other things I wanted to do and just take a break from doing some Genshin. But I really want to get back to doing Genshin stuff. Like yeah, like I'm already in a position where it's like yeah, like I was chatting with my one friend there about puzzles. Like my one friend who like she also plays a lot of Genshin and like just we were just trying to I was trying to help her out with some puzzles but with a puzzle before stream and we were both I think we reached the conclusion while we were trying to figure out this puzzle that's like this is probably related to like a world quest that we have that neither one of us has unlocked yet. And that's why we can't figure out this puzzle because it feels like there's a piece missing. So it's probably ties into like an actual world quest that we need to do. But yeah, in the end though, yeah, like I know like I think she hit the part where like she passed me like in where I was in the story just based off of like what was going on last night like when we were when we were chatting about stuff it was like okay, well where are you in the story? So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I will have been passed tonight in terms of my progress. And then of course there's all the world quests and stuff too, and Star Rail is going to hit sooner than I think for a new update. And that's going to be a time sink, so I kind of need to make sure I get all my Genshin stuff in before then. Like I'm leaning more and more as I think about it to doing a Sunday stream. There won't be a Saturday stream. I know that much, and I like having like, and I probably won't do a Friday stream, but yeah, I am very much leaning towards doing a Sunday stream of some kind. It might be Genshin, it might just be toys. I've got toys. I mean, look at that number. Look at how big that number is.
Let me see.
Hmm.
Holy shit, that's a big number. Yeah.
As I said, yes, that is a big
There's a
number, and
number. I'm trying to
that
find
does
it.
not include my model kits or blockies or anything like that.
Oh, I gotta switch over to my computer. Like my
Oh
phone's
yeah,
almost running out of
no worries,
battery.
no worries. Hmm. Yeah, so slowly, yeah, this is all coming together. Hmm.
What was the blocking piece?
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, coming through fairly clear.
Yeah. just plug my phone in.
Come in a bit clearer too. Yeah. That'll just be like a consequence of different mics, I guess. But
Yeah.
which reminds me, speaking of mics, I still need to replace this headset.
Yeah.
It is held. It is like its frame is held together by like just some apparently fairly decent just glue.
Oh.
Yeah, it's basically I got glue from Dollarama and just like fixed this and glued the frame back together, and that's been holding so far. I probably should do something about that, but there'll be another time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, we're looking pretty good so far, though. Let's see. Yeah, all the definition is starting to come out now. I see there's some stuff I need to adjust here, some overlapping lines, I think. Yeah. Let's adjust this. Yeah, vector line stuff is very different than raster in terms of working with. I have been enjoying doing a lot more stuff with raster lines of late. Like when I've been doing my own rough sketches and stuff, I've been using raster more and more, but and it's great. But I do really like the clean, like especially if I'm doing stuff for other people. Like just these vector lines are just so much cleaner.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Also, God, it's weird how sometimes you just think of things that you haven't thought about in a while, just fairly unbidden, like in terms of random stuff. Like right now, I
Yeah.
just remembered the Dana Carvey film Master of Disguise, which I've seen a number of times.
Oh God.
Is it a good movie? No. There are some really, really bad parts in that film. There are also some bits that I just love because of how stupid they are. Heck, you got like the whole fact that it's like, yeah, like his whole character, it's like, it's like he is, Dana Carvey's character is like a guy named Pistachio Disguisey.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, I gotta say something for like, just like when you get the ridiculous, just the ridiculous absurdity, and they use that's so crazy it just might work like multiple times in the film. So then they do a crazy plan. And a lot of it is just vehicles for Dana Carvey to just pull out different impersonations that he does. And it's also got Brent Spiner as the main villain.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing he farted a lot in that. I
Yes,
saw
yes,
that movie and I barely remember any of it.
yeah. No,
Thankfully.
it's a running gag that his character keeps like farts like at inopportune moments, like when he's doing like his evil villain laughter, he'll just like fart and just kill the entire scene because he just farted.
It sounds like really.
It's
I
a
don't
Happy
plan on
Madison film.
rewatching
What
it.
do you expect?
That's fair.
But hey, the important thing is Brent Spiner can sell it. But of
Yep.
course he can. He's Brent Spiner.
Yeah. I think the only thing he wasn't really that great in was Young Justice as a Joker, and that's less to do with him and more that they tried to kind of awkwardly hybridize like They try to ask him to do like a weird hybrid of Heath Ledger Joker and traditional Joker, and
Yeah, that's
it's
entirely
like
direction, I would say.
yeah,
Like Spiner's a good actor.
it's definitely direction.
Hmm.
So I feel like if you just let him go full ham on like Joker, like a traditional Joker, he'd do great.
And I
It's
get
kind of
why they
hard
wanted
to
to go for a Ledger take because Young Justice is a more grounded world
yeah,
that movie is. Sorry, that
and yet they
series
gave him
is.
a design closer to the classic Joker, which just made it all the more weird.
Hmm.
Like it just felt like they were trying to have both things,
Yeah.
and they're two different takes on the Joker that don't
Yeah.
really synchronize well. Two
Was
very
that
good
was
takes,
that an
but
Andrea Romano show, or I'm trying to remember now?
I believe I believe she did the voice direction, but
I
everyone
assume
makes
so
this.
because of all the. I assume so just because of all the casting because she is very good at getting like big names. She was very when she was like I think she's fully retired now, but she was very good at getting like big names in her casts.
I mean, I don't even blame her for it. It's more that like probably Warner Brothers wanted, or DC wanted a DC Heath Ledger like take,
Yeah, I
despite
think I think Wiseman probably had the latitude to do what he wanted.
yeah, it's a good show. It's just like that was it's not
Hmm.
the worst Joker, obviously, since the worst Joker would debut a few years later, but it's just kind of an awkward middle of the road Joker that doesn't really do
Yeah, it's a
what Heath
forgettable
Ledger
Joker,
did
really. That's its biggest crime. It's a forgettable take on
in
Joker.
Young Justice. Now, the Jared Leto take is not forgettable. He's just terrible.
Yeah,
Like Jared
yeah,
Leto's Joker is the worst Joker.
and I feel bad for the Tron fans.
I do too.
Like they're in that weird position there where they've got to go. Okay, do I want to? I like Tron, but
Yeah.
I know like a lot of people weren't big fans of Legacy. I liked Legacy myself, but
I think most people have kind of come around and realized Legacy was. I haven't seen it myself, but I think a lot of people have come around and realized it gets a lot of love on the TF Wiki Discord server, especially since a lot of people rediscovered it the way. Honestly, I think the thing that caused Legacy to get more attention and more love is actually it being a level in Kingdom Hearts 3D. Dream Drop Distance.
I can see that.
History repeats, because like the big thing that got Tron on people's radar who aren't like already super nerds was actually again Kingdom Hearts.
Hmm.
Like Nomura just decided, hey, this would be a cool thing to base a level off of, and he was right.
Yeah,
And he's
Nomura
probably a fan of the
is.
movie too.
Oh yeah, probably.
I mean,
Yeah.
like the whole thing is like it's obvious he's a big fan of Disney's Hercules, and so am I, since it's appeared in all three of the main numbered ones and in like
Hmm.
Birth by Sleep as well. Like the only downside is, James Woods is still James Woods, but
Yeah,
at
and
least
there's
Hades
not.
is still.
It's one of those things. It's one of those weird problems where it's like the problem is that like James Woods is very good at Hades.
He's just not a good person.
Yes, he's a horrible heel person.
I know. Oh, I know. Hades is still like probably one of the only Disney villain I'd say is funnier than Hades. Got to be Yzma, because Eartha Kitt was hilarious
Eartha
in
Kitt
that
was
role.
legendary in that role. Plus, she did all the stuff in Emperor's New School.
Yep. Like Eartha Kitt just like they were afraid that she was gonna be upset by all the jokes about Yzma being old and scary beyond all reason, but she thought they were hilarious.
She leaned into it.
Yep. Just
And I
like the
understand
thing
being
about
concerned
Yzma,
about that. Yeah, but
yeah.
it's Eartha Kitt. She's a consummate professional.
And like the other thing about Yzma is that unlike most Disney villains who at least well, there's some other Disney villains who are total jokes, like Edgar from the Aristocats, but nobody really talks about him because he's kind of lame. But I'm when it comes to Disney villains who are jokes, like Yzma is kind of the gold standard because she's a really funny joke.
Hmm. And she
And
goes
it's
full throttle into it. I mean, let's be honest. I think
yep,
the best Yzma joke is. I think one of the best jokes in Emperor's New Groove is. I mean, there's the birthday one, I
yeah.
guess. Like that
Happy
scene.
happy birthday from all of us to
Well, I
you.
love you. Well, I love posting the meme whenever it's a friend's birthday. The part that
So do
tends to
I.
get left out in the meme is, and this is
How
entirely
many
just because.
candles there are?
Hmm?
How many candles there are on the cake?
No, not that. My favorite part of the meme is honestly the part that her reaction, like her initial
Yeah.
reaction to it, where she is just completely freaked out by by them springing a birthday cake on her.
2, 3, 4. Happy birthday
Just
from
like
all
her
of us.
face there, she's like, "What the hell?" Like she hasn't even
Yeah.
processed that it's a birthday thing.
And then like the next shot you see of her is her just scowling.
Yes. Yeah, that's what makes it. And then Kronk, who's just in the kitchen, is just like, "Oh my god!" Because
Your
I love it.
birthday.
Again, like that is like why Kronk. That whole scene bit is one of the bits that like is why we all love Kronk as a character.
Yep. Oh, definitely.
Because
Like
because just he just takes charge in that whole scene and just becomes the. It's like
he's in his element. The
yes, and he
element of
just
being a
completely
himbo who
owns
can
that
cook well.
scene. Yeah.
He's in his element, the element of being a himbo who can cook well.
Well, he's a himbo who is like surprisingly competent too.
Yeah. He's not competent at being evil, but at being good, he's actually pretty competent. Like that's like the funniest thing about Kronk. He's like the sidekick of the villain, but he's just not very good at being evil
I mean, he's not
because
the
he's too
first one.
fundamentally. Yeah,
He's not the first
that's
sidekick
true.
that's been bad at being evil. I mean, that's a fairly common trope, but they kind of lean it. Like I love the thing that I love about those. It's like it's not like there's no moment for Kronk where it's like, oh my god, am I like like betraying Yzma or something like that. It's like he has reservations about what she's doing, but he still goes along with it.
Yeah. And then she insults his cooking. And I never liked your spinach puffs.
Well, you don't do that. You don't insult a man's cooking. That's just
Yeah. Low.
yep.
That's it. She's going down. This
Hmm.
he is basically the ultimate himbo.
Oh yes. Let's see. Okay, I think I got the.
You got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's the scene I was actually thinking of there in terms of like one of
Yeah.
my favorite scenes in the movie, where it's just like where Yzma is just like, how did we beat them?
You got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it is a great scene.
That whole movie is legendary. It's like honestly, even though I meme about Shrek constantly because Shrek memes are hilarious to me, like I will say that the absolute funniest animated movie is always going to be The Emperor's New Groove.
You know what I meme about Emperor's New Groove all the time?
The
And this
poison,
is
the
one.
poison for Kuzco.
No, and this is something that most people will not think about because most people are not insane like me. Um, the ad for the PlayStation game.
Huh?
Yeah, the ad for the PlayStation game because there's a whole song in there like when you've got a llama, you've got a friend, and the entire joke of it is this kid hanging out with a llama and the llama just being a llama, and the kid's
Yeah.
trying to do things with the llama, and the llama is just being a llama and standing there and being useless. And that's the whole. And then and then they cut to the whole like game footage and stuff like that.
I'm a llama face. I just found that line funny. Just Kuzco calling himself a llama face. He realized my beautiful face.
Okay, let's see. So we got.
David Spade was great in that movie too. Like he's kind of hit or miss usually because the movies he's in. Well, he's in some good stuff, but I think Emperor's New Groove is like probably the funniest he's been.
Probably one of his best roles. Yeah. I mean, he's been in some good stuff. Tommy Boy, he's very good in Tommy
Yeah,
Boy.
yeah,
Like I think David Spade is at his best when he's at when his character is a jerk, but a jerk who does get some level of comeuppance to him, and who is like not a and who has some redeeming qualities. I mean, Tommy
and
Boy, he's
that's
a bit of a jerk, but I mean, it's like there's the pressure on saving the company and stuff like that.
yeah, and that's also basically Kuzco's character arc in a nutshell.
Hmm. All right, let's see. All right, we're at this with the. Where are we at with this? I'm gonna.
Reason number 2. Look what I can do. Haha. What does that have to do with any? Oh no, he's got a point. I'm gonna lead you down the path that rocks. My shoulder angel.
I love during the whole bit, like they're all like, what the, like both Yzma and Kuzco, are like, what the hell?
Yeah, they're just shrugging at like what Kronk's doing.
Hmm. It's just
Like
like
Yzma's just pointing, and then like you got Kuzco and Pacha just sitting there with a look like, what? We got us. We don't know what's going on.
yep.
And Yz and then Yzma decides to insult the man's cooking, and that's when he is no longer her evil minion. Well, evil might be kind of exaggerated.
Minion is probably a better term, but yeah, he's no
Minion,
longer her
yeah.
minion. Okay, let's do this and that.
Or broccoli.
Hit him on the head.
All right, so I will probably play more with line thicknesses, but oh, yeah, I'll probably play with line thicknesses a bit more. But I think I'm feeling pretty good about this so far.
Yeah,
Just
that's
doing
fine.
doing a quick zoom out here. Like I think I'm getting across the general aesthetic fairly well in terms of where I want to do things. Just making sure I bring out the right details and stuff before I like starting on the colors. But there's probably still some tweaks I will make here and there. But you know what? I think we're going to save this. I think we're going to save this, and I think we are going to go and find someone to raid out to. So let's do
Yeah.
that. Let's find someone to raid. Let's see who's going tonight. Who in my follow list is? I'm just looking. What do we got here? Oh, he is. I'm just checking here. What is? I'm just looking. What's Hika doing tonight? Because I see that she's doing art, but is she? Oh, she's taking a gotcha break. It looks like. I'm just looking to see who's all going right now. Oh, Ramses is doing his bootleg archaeology stuff. So let's raid into Ramses. He's
Yeah.
playing bootleg games all month, like
Yep.
bootleg retro games. So
Yeah.
we're gonna raid into Ramses. Yeah, so we're gonna start the raid in a little bit there. But yeah, thank you all for coming by. As I said, I might end up doing another stream on Sunday. I'm kind of leaning in that direction. I don't know what it's gonna be yet, but it should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I'm just actually let's open his channel so that I don't have to deal with ads when I raid in. But yeah, I hope everybody has themselves a fantastic night. I'm looking forward to when this art is done there and I can just go, oh man, check this out. Like I'm having fun even with just doing the compositing here for things like the height difference and that sort of thing. Like it just makes it fun. But yeah, um, everyone have yourselves a fantastic night. Let's all wish Ramsey some good
Yeah.
bootleg gaming. And until next time, this is gonna be Techno signing off.
See y'all later.